We will convene our Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee. If I can please get a roll call.
Melissa Willette.
Here.
Deborah Gallegos from Malia Cohen.
Here.
Michael DeToy.
Here.
Orena Ortega.
Here.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Yvonne Walker.
Thank you so much. I'd also like to know our board members, Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma, Jose Luis Pacheco, and Vice President David Miller in attendance. The first item on our agenda this morning is our executive report. For that, I will turn it over to Mr. Hoffner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Today we have several important items before you. Your primary consultant, GGA Global Governance Advisors, is here to present several key items to the committee, including recommendations for the 25-26 incentive metrics and related compensation policy updates, the proposed fiscal year 25-26 incentive plan for the CEO, and then a compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions, along with recommendations for adjustments that you saw in April. These items will be coming for the committee for action, and then as a follow-up from the April items, happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Appreciate that report. We will move to our action consent items. The first item is our June 18th Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee timed agenda. It's the pleasure of the committee.
Move approval.
Move approval from President Taylor and seconded by Ms. Gallegos. Thank you so much. All those committee members in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? All right, that does pass. We will now move to the approval of our April 14th Performance Compensation.
You can move those together.
Okay, and Talent Management Committee meeting minutes. Moved approval by President Taylor. And it's been seconded by Ms. Gallegos. All those committee members in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? And any abstentions? All right, that does pass as well. Thank you, committee. We have our information consent items, our annual calendar review, and the draft agenda for our September 16th, 2025 committee meeting. I have not received any requests for discussion. Any at this time? Okay. Thank you for those. We will now move to our action agenda items, the first of which is 5A, our annual review of the 2025-26 incentive metrics and compensation policy updates. And I will turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5A is an action item. To comply with the board's policy, incentive metrics are reviewed annually by the committee and the board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors. Based on GGA's review of the existing metrics and input from the committee at the April 2025 meeting, GGA will present the recommendations for the incentive metrics for fiscal year 25-26 incentive plan inclusion and related compensation policy updates for executive and investment management positions. Final board-approved metrics will be included in some combination on fiscal year 25-26 incentive plans for eligible executive and investment management positions, including the CEO's incentive plan, which will be presented in item 5B today. That concludes my opening remarks, and I'd like to invite Mr. Landerds and Mr. Kelly to begin their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. So I believe, you all have this in your packets. It's a memo that we put together revolving around the 2025-26 incentive metrics. We looked at your current list of metrics, so there's 5 specific metrics. And I think to sort of set the stage for, our review, I think what we did was, given, some of the discussions right now going on around TPA and the total portfolio approach and the potential adoption of that in the months ahead, we really took more of let's try to tweak the existing program and less so making material adjustments at this time, given you're in this sort of gray zone of potentially moving to a transformational approach to your investing. And so, what we've done is really come forward with just some tweaks around the metrics. When we looked at the 5 metrics in particular, none of them stood out to say that they were way outside of the market. We still feel they are all very valid. Still make a lot of sense, especially in different weightings for different individuals in terms of mixing in both investment performance as well as certain non-investment or more operational things such as member satisfaction, things like operating costs and things like that. So we're pretty comfortable with the buckets. And really, the spirit of really these recommendations are really just tweaking and making sure that we're continuing to make sure that all of the hurdles that are set are fair, are challenging, but still somewhat attainable, and they're not perceived as being sort of impossible for people to achieve, but also making them again more in line with what we see in the marketplace, but also make them challenging and driving the types of behaviors that you're looking for. And so I'll point your attention to two specific metrics that we are suggesting and recommending there be some slight tweaks to. One is your total fund investment performance metric. Right now that is at a 0, +5, +10 basis point level, and we are recommending a 0, 10, 20. So an increase in the performance expectations for that metric. And the rationale for that is a few different things. One is when we looked at your historical results, we looked at sort of the past 10 years or so of those rolling 5-year numbers. It actually supported adjusting those performance expectations upward because, again, in the spirit of aligning with being challenging but fair, reasonable, but still attainable, we think that the new 0, 10, 20 hurdles do that. The second thing is we know that there is a desire to incent and to motivate people to generate more alpha in the portfolio. So setting these objectives a little bit higher also works in terms of aligning from that perspective. And thirdly, although we haven't moved things all the way there, it also moves you further in line with the typical sort of value add hurdle rates that we see in the marketplace. And so for all those reasons, we think this is a very prudent move. This is a slight tweak in terms of looking at performance. And so, that's why we recommend that one. The other one that we are suggesting some changes to are the enterprise operational effectiveness metric. So this is the metric that looks at operating costs and is a sort of a measure of efficiency of how you're running your overall operations here at CalPERS. And again, we looked back at some of the historical performance levels again over the last several years, and that supported making the adjustments that we did. And what we found when we looked at back the last few years was the lower bound hurdle, that sort of minimum expectation to start earning an incentive, that was actually set a little low. And on the consequence, on the top end, actually, that level of performance that got sort of a maximum level of payout for that specific metric was actually set quite high and was not really being hit at an optimal level. And so in the spirit of sort of, and we've talked about this with this committee before, this sort of 80-60-20 rule. So try and hit that minimum threshold about 80% of the time, hit target about 60% of the time, and really only hit that maximum about 2 times out of every 10 years. In the spirit of that, and making sure, again, that those metrics and those hurdles are set at a fair, reasonable, but also somewhat attainable level, but still challenging, we've suggested moving that minimum threshold level of performance up a little bit, bringing that maximum level down a little bit, so taking a wider performance sort of range and narrowing it. And we think that this does a good job of, again, balancing out, sort of making sure that they're still challenging for people to achieve, but also still reasonable and people can still strive, that they feel like it is possible to hit that maximum end of the spectrum. So we think we've done a good job in terms of balancing that out. The last thing I'll point you to, which is less directly related to the metrics, but is something that came up as a question, was when we look at this 5-year investment performance, and we have new people joining the incentive plan, or we have people that are promoted from a different level into the incentive plan that might have been incented by different metrics in the past. How do we grandfather those people in? Do they sort of get all 5 years of that trailing 5 years included in their sort of first year incentive, or do we sort of grandfather in where we sort of stagger it to say, in first year you're based on 1 year performance, second year you're based on 2 year, third year 3 years, and so on and so forth. And when we looked at historical practices in the marketplace, some of the historical practices here, and just reflected on what is fair and what sort of makes sure that everyone is, I would say, rowing in the same direction, that everyone is treated fairly and equitably, we've come forth with the recommendation that you actually, once someone joins, no matter if they're new or if they're just promoted into a role, they automatically are always based on that rolling 5 years. So you're not grandfathering anyone in. You're just simply looking at a full rolling 5 years. Everyone then from the person that's been here 10 years to the person that's been here 1 year will be treated equitably and all treated on the same sort of 5-year period. Because we feel like if you start grandfathering people, one, that can be administratively burdensome, but also it can lead to inequitable outcomes. So some people are getting unfairly penalized or unfairly rewarded based on being here for a shorter amount of time. So those were the three specific items that we had specific recommendations on. For those other metrics that we looked at, we thought that still they were reasonable. The hurdle rates in terms of the performance levels were also fair, defensible, challenging, and so we're recommending no change to those three metrics. And then I know in your decks as well, if you are to adopt these changes, there are certain policy language adjustments that will automatically sort of be flown through into the policy document that flow out of these recommendations. So with that, I open it up. If anyone has any questions, happy to address them.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that work in the presentation. We do have questions. I'll go to Ms. Gallegos.
So the recommendations that you're making today are one step in the changes that we might see as we move towards potential adoption of the total portfolio approach. Is that correct?
That is correct. So again, this is more of a, we're suggesting, because you're in this bit of a gray zone, this is more tweaks.
Okay.
And definitely, assuming that this board in the coming months were to adopt a TPA approach, I think that warrants, as part of the 25-26 work plan, some greater discussions amongst the board in terms of, based on the new TPA approach, are there any adjustments in terms of what the performance is you're looking to achieve? Do we change to maybe a simple reference portfolio as opposed to the current approach to the total fund benchmark? So these are all discussions, I think, that are important discussions to have in the event that you adopt a TPA in the coming months. So yes, I would suggest at this time next year, we'll probably be bringing forth more material changes to the overall incentive program.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee or guests? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. The first we have is Mr. JJ Jelenchik.
JJ Jelenchik, RPEA. If a rank and file employee does their job, they get a check and maybe an MSA if they're not topped out. If a general counsel does their job, they get their pay plus a 70% bonus plus a raise, and the board has made it a practice that if they're topped out, they will expand the range to avoid that. If the CEO does their job, they get their check, 100% bonus, plus a raise. And since that turns out to be not enough, there's a future motion that you're going to adopt to increase that 100 to 150%. This is not particularly good for morale, and this is coming from a board that has a history of opposing excessive compensation and being concerned about the relationship between the CEO and the average worker. The metrics I have a few comments on. Metric 1, total fund, really ought to be split in two. Part of it ought to be based on the discount rate, because that gets to the question of whether you're increasing the unfunded liability or decreasing it, and part of it ought to be on performance, but relative to the market. But that needs to be risk adjusted. You should not get rewarded simply because you took more risk. You should not be penalized for taking less risk. Metric 2, the enterprise effectiveness, you can adjust that by changing the numerator or denominator by simply having more allocated overhead costs. And you get rewarded even if that metric goes down, although they have made some improvements on that. On metric 4, customer satisfaction, I think that, if 97% satisfaction is outstanding, you've got a problem. I'm sorry, this is the payments being late. If 3% of the payments are late, my members are going to be furious. That's not outstanding performance. And if only 5.99% of the payments are late, you're still going to get a bonus, and my members are going to be screaming for heads. Stakeholder engagement, again, I think the standards are too low. That's number 5. An 80% satisfaction rate should not be considered outstanding, and a 79.75 to 80% should not be considered normal. So I think you really need to tighten up the ranges, and I thank you for your time.
Our next public comment is Elnora Fretwell.
Good morning, Eleanor Fretwell, state retiree. This is more clarification, so hopefully I'm not asking at the wrong form. I wasn't sure when he was talking about annual review, 1 year to 5 years. If you're there just 1 year, you get the same pay as somebody that's 5 years, or do you get prorated or something like that? So just more clarification on that. I was a little confused if I started the first year and somebody was there 5 years. When y'all do that, I get the same amount of money or not? So, like I said, more of a clarification question than anything. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you to our public commenters. Any other discussion or questions from the committee? Mr. Landers, did you want to make any additional comments?
The only thing I will try and clarify is, so yeah, when someone joins, they're eligible for the same level of incentive opportunity as a percentage of salary. And what the recommendation is that when measuring the investment performance portion of their incentive, that would be based on the rolling 5 years of performance, the same as everyone else. So in that sense, how the performance is measured would be the same as everyone else, as well as that the incentive opportunity they're eligible for would also be at the same level. There wouldn't be any prorating of that. The only prorating, sorry to clarify, prorating would be if they join halfway through the year or whatever. There is, I believe, a prorating for that, but Ms. Tucker can clarify that if I'm mistaken.
That's correct. If team members join in one of our incentive programs, particularly the 20098 program, of which, of course, the board overseas, they do receive a prorated award if they start prior to 6 months in. So as long as they start before 6 months in, they receive a prorated award. Otherwise, they don't receive an award for that year. But I think the question was more about the total fund and how that measurement is calculated. So I think Mr. Landers responded to that. I heard Ms. Fretwell say thank you. So
Thank you. And no other public comment or questions, discussion on the item. This is an action item. Does the committee like to make a motion? Okay, so you are moving the approval of the annual review, 2025-26 incentive metrics and compensation policy updates as presented by our consultants, Global Governance Advisors.
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker, seconded by President Taylor. All those committee members in favor?
Aye.
And any committee members opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, seeing none, that does pass. Thank you so much. We will now move to action agenda item 5B, our 2025-26 incentive plan of the Chief Executive Officer. Ms. Tucker.
thank you, Chair Willett. Item 5B is presented annually as part of the regular incentive plan cycle required under the board's compensation policy for the executive and investment management positions. Recommendations for the chief executive officer's fiscal year 25-26 incentive plan will be presented by the board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, and we have provided these items to you in attachment 1. Based on the committee's earlier discussion and action on agenda item 5A, the annual review of incentive metrics, the CEO's annual incentive plan for fiscal year 25-26 will be updated to reflect the approved incentive metrics and scoring thresholds. And I can now turn it over to GGA for their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. So yes, given the approval that was just made in item 5A, I think that will then be flown into the CEO incentive plan design and sense of those 5 sort of organizational metrics: the total fund, the enterprise operational effectiveness, the investment office CEM, customer service and stakeholder engagement. All of those new and updated and unchanged performance ranges will be adopted as part of the CEO's incentive plan. We also opine on the relative weighting between those what we'll call quantitative or organizational objectives and the individual sort of key business objectives weighting in the CEO's scorecard. So if you recall, that has historically been a 75-25 weighting within the CEO's annual incentive. And again, when we looked at the marketplace back in April and reflected on it, again, in the spirit of let's not make too many wholesale changes, given we're in this gray zone, in the spirit of sort of tweaking, we're actually still quite comfortable with that 75-25 weighting within the CEO's annual incentive design. And so we're recommending no change to those weightings as well, and also no change in terms of how the CEO's individual key business objectives are assessed on an annual basis going forward. So from that perspective, no real changes there. Obviously, again, any changes from the earlier discussion will be reflected. But really, other than that, no real other changes for the CEO role recommended. What I will say is, again, and not to harp on something, but in the event there is a change made in terms of moving towards a TPA approach, we might be coming forward next year with slightly different weightings or slightly different metrics, depending on, again, how the movement to TPA affects, the board's view of what are the key performance drivers for the organization, and are we, comfortable with the weightings of the CEO under this new direction. And so, while there's no real changes made for this year, that's not to say that next year, if you move into TPA approach, we might be coming forward with some changes next year. And so, with that, I'll open it up to discussion or any questions.
All right, thank you. We do have questions. Ms. Gallegos, please.
Sure. So if there are no real changes, what are the 2 items that you refer to in the report? Total fund performance, moving the metrics from the 2024-25 to 25-26, and then also the enterprise operational effectiveness?
Perfect. Yeah, that's just basically, now that you've approved in item 5A, the adjustments to some of the performance ranges in those 2 categories, it's basically just those then flow through into the CEO's program, essentially. So she will be measured off of those new performance levels. So it's just sort of carrying over from item 5A.
Okay, and if you could just explain the total fund performance, is the hurdle now higher to 20 basis points and 10 basis points?
Correct. So that's
under
an
the new
increase from
scenario?
the 5 and 10 previously to now 10 and 20.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions, comments from the committee or guests? Excellent. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Willis. Also just want to note, thank you for joining us, Mr. Kelly. I see you on as well. Because we are not all present in the same room and because we have a board member not participating from a remote location that is not accessible to the public, the Bagley-Keene requires that remote board members make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest that they are alone, or that if there are one or more persons with them that who are at least 18 years old, the nature of that person's relationship to each person. At this time, I will ask Dr. Willis to verbally attest accordingly.
Good morning. I do attest to the fact that I am alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are on item 5B. This is an action item. Any other comments, questions? I do not have any public comment.
Move approval to approve fiscal year 25-26 incentive plan for the chief executive officer as proposed by the board's compensation consultant, global governance advisor.
Thank you very much. That has been moved by President Taylor and seconded by Mr. Valke. And all those board members in favor.
I think you have to take his scales on.
She's not on the committee.
Oh, okay. Aye.
Okay. And any opposed? And any abstentions? All right, that does pass. Thank you so much. Thank you to our got you. The next item on our agenda is action agenda item 5C, the compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions. And for that, Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5C presents GGA's recommendations for adjustments to the current salary and incentive ranges for classifications covered by the board's compensation setting authority under Government Code Section 20098 and in alignment with the board's approved market comparator group. In April of 2025, McLaughlin presented updated compensation survey data based on the board's policy-defined comparator groups for executive and investment management positions. This item presents GGA's compensation review and recommendation based on the review and analysis completed by McLaughlin and presented to the committee in April 2025. To better align CalPERS compensation with market standards, GGA has recommended targeted adjustments, primarily to salary midpoints for certain roles where gaps were identified. Additionally, adjustments to incentive opportunity levels have been proposed for 2 key positions to better align with the peer group median. With regard to the Chief Health Director position, CalPERS team members worked with GGA to identify comparable compensation data for the committee's consideration, including a number of California-based health organizations and districts. Any changes adopted by the board to salary or incentive ranges will become effective July 1st, 2025, or phased in as directed by the board. CalPERS team members will incorporate any approved changes to base salary ranges, incentive schedules, and any other plan design options into the board's policy. Please note that any approved increases to existing base salary ranges will not result in automatic pay increases to incumbents unless an employee's base salary is less than the minimum of the newly approved base range. Currently, there are no incumbents whose base pay falls below the salary ranges proposed in this agenda item. So that concludes my opening remarks, and once again, we can invite Mr. Kelly and Mr. Landers to begin their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. And I do have a PowerPoint, so I can go through it with you all. I think to start off, though, and set the stage, I think it's important to realize that this committee and the board at CalPERS made some very material adjustments 2 years ago and did a lot of hard work 2 years ago to adjust compensation levels, to recognize that incentive opportunity levels and certain salary ranges had fallen below market. And so you made a lot of material adjustments 2 years ago. And the good thing about that is when we did this study 2 years later, right now, there wasn't nearly as many adjustments that are required. So you'll see a lot of positions within this review that are very competitive, both from a salary range perspective as well as an incentive opportunity level. And, you know, as you get into this sort of rhythm of reviewing pay every 2 years, this is sort of the rhythm you should get into. You shouldn't necessarily need to see wholesale across the board adjustments being required. It's probably going to be certain roles here or there where the market has moved in a certain direction that will require some tweaks. And so we were very happy to see that, you know, a lot of the good work that was done 2 years ago has led to the need for much less and fewer adjustments this time around to compensation ranges to stay competitive. But I'll walk you through again, just as a reminder, through this sort of the methodology that went through it and some of the background. So again, as Ms. Tucker said, there's certain executive positions that you have authority for, and then of course investment positions down to the associate investment manager level. All of these roles have been evaluated, and that's what the recommendations are based off of for those roles. I think the key thing in terms of our role is highlighting key findings from the review and then providing these recommendations. And again, we're recommending adjustments to the ranges for base salary, not the incumbent's base salaries. I think that's an important thing there. So this does not automatically mean that anyone is going to get an adjustment in pay. It just makes sure that the midpoint of those ranges is still competitive and in line with your stated compensation policy. And as a reminder, that policy is to be positioned at the median of a combined peer group, which is 2/3 weighted on public agencies and public funds for executive positions, and 1/3 based on private sector comparisons, and then for investment staff, 2/3 based on leading public funds, and then 1/3 private sector. So all of these recommendations are to align with the policy, which is to align with that median of the market. And then one thing I did want to point out, if you recall 2 years ago when looking at the market data for that chief health director position, that is the one role in this review that is not incentive eligible. When we looked at the data, this is a role that is quite unique compared to the other roles that are included in this review. And in the marketplace, this role is typically provided a salary only. And so you'll see that our recommendations are just to amend the salary range for this role and not to bring forth an incentive opportunity level. That was a conscious decision that this committee and the board made 2 years ago coming out of the review that GGA had done. In terms of our recommendations, I'll start off in terms of our adjustments are, again, base salary midpoints, just to, again, to remove or try to eliminate a lot of the gaps to the market that we see, and then selectively to certain incentive opportunity levels for certain roles where there is an observed gap due to the lack of incentive opportunity. So that is really the spirit of these adjustments. I will point out as well, if you recall, we've had this discussion in the past, there is certain precedent, and you'll see it in the market data for some of the roles below the CEO level at the executive role in particular, that do show a bit of a gap due to a lack of long-term incentive. At this time, we are not recommending making any changes to that long-term incentive opportunity for those roles. However, again, with the move to TPA and a further discussion of how that might impact the incentive program at CalPERS, this is something that will definitely, I think, warrant some discussion if you move in the direction of TPA and if you do want to make some adjustments there in the future. But for now, again, in the spirit of tweak, not wholesale change, we're recommending for now keeping all the long-term incentive eligibility the same as it is currently moving forward. So for those executive positions, we wanted to remind you, this came out of our study, McLaughlин's work, and then we sort of analyzed it in April. You can see some of the material gaps for those executive positions, and I will point out the largest gap being the CEO position, and you'll see that we have brought forth some recommendations for that role. And I'll caveat that by saying this was a role that 2 years ago we saw there was a very, very material gap between your CEO and where the market data was. And so at the time, I think we brought forth a recommendation, and you, I think prudently as a committee and as a board, decided to say, we're not necessarily going to go all the way there all at once. We're going to go, fill part of that gap, given that there was a sizable gap, and then we'll, revisit this, a couple of years later when we do another review. So we're 2 years later, there is still a material gap for the CEO position at both a total cash, which is salary, and that short-term or annual incentive, as well as at a total compensation, so salary, annual, and long-term incentive perspective. So you will see we'll bring forth some recommendations for that role to, again, alleviate some of that gap to the market, given the material difference. The other roles, as you'll see, are quite competitive from a total cash perspective, and that's why you will see more minimal adjustments and only select adjustments for those roles, given that total cash is competitive. There is that gap from a total compensation perspective, but again, for now, we're suggesting let's hold off on making anyone newly eligible for long-term incentive and maybe revisit that as part of the TPA discussions should you move in that direction. So what's the rationale for our recommendations? Again, aligning with the median of your peer group, ensure that those base salary range levels are competitive, specifically the midpoints with the marketplace, ensure that a meaningful amount of the compensation is at risk through incentive compensation. So again, short and that long-term incentive. And then again, recognizing that there may be some hesitancy to make certain roles eligible for long-term incentive at this time. So that is the spirit of how we came forth with these recommendations. And so I'll start off with salary adjustments. You've got CEO, CFO, Chief Actuary, and Chief Health Director. Most of these are relatively small adjustments, but I think meaningful adjustments to make sure, again, that you're aligning with the median of your policy and board-approved peer group. And so we wanted to reflect that. I would say the most material change is actually to that Chief Health Director position, which again is not incentive eligible. So again, we've made maybe a higher adjustment in that regard on the salaries there. The biggest change here, and really the only change we're recommending, the other incentive opportunity levels to us remained market competitive, is to the CEO position. And so there are some material adjustments that are recommended here. And, again, this is in the spirit of aligning CalPERS to the median of that board-approved peer group. And I would say this, the reason why, we're comfortable making this change at this time is no matter if you stay with your current approach to investing or you move to a TPA approach, the actual pay levels and how you stack up against the marketplace is not going to change regardless of the strategy. How you determine performance will change if you change approaches, but the market pay levels are not going to change. So regardless of the approach, I think it still makes sense to close that gap in pay for the CEO position. And so that's the spirit of those adjustments for that rule.
Can we do a quick question?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to stop here so I
Yep.
make sure I don't lose track of this. So this is one that you are recommending that we make the change when we get to the list of recommendations.
Correct. Yes, the
Can
CEO.
can you just help me understand the practical effect of going to a max of 225%? I mean, am I getting the math that it's literally 225% of the base salary is the possible incentive?
That
'Cause
is correct.
It feels like this is going to be a pretty eye-popping number.
Definitely, it will result in material, potentially, if performance warrants, material adjustments if you are to maximize payouts. So you are right. It is definitely a material number. Again, I think the spirit of this, though, is the board has approved a policy of aligning to the median of a peer group. That peer group, again, is made up of public funds, public agencies, as well as, a certain portion on private sector. So it's in the spirit of, again, making sure that you are aligning competitively with the median of the marketplace. And the CEO position is one that, definitely requires probably obviously the largest adjustment. So it is in the spirit of aligning, again, with that board-approved policy.
Madam Chair, just a comment, if I may. I think what really concerns me here is that we're going to, every 2 years, be looking at growth from the comparators. Those CEO salaries in the comparator groups, especially on the private sector side, and probably some of the public sector comparators as well, because they're using the same sort of approach in their compensation studies. It's just going to constantly grow. And on the corporate governance side, we would be taking a position that we're very concerned about this sort of outsized growth of CEO salaries. We'd be looking at the comparison to other positions. And so it just feels like in the time I've been on this board, we're constantly increasing this amount, and the growth over, even a 5-year period, but if you go back even more than that, the growth in the compensation of these positions, and in particular, the CEO position, is pretty large, the percentage growth. So I just caution the board, I'm not sure where this ever ends. It just feels like it's going to continue to grow. We're always going to be chasing that private sector and that comparator group number. So again, I feel like 225% is it's pretty shocking for a public fund in my opinion. Thank you.
The only thing to respond to that, I think if you look at, again, our recommendations, there is a pretty sizable amount of positions where we actually haven't recommended any adjustments to the ranges and things like that. And this is a specific position where there was quite a material gap to the market identified 2 years ago, and we only went part of the way at that point in time. And so I think, making this further adjustment, I think will lead to much lower increases being required in the future. It was just there has been a sizable gap for this role that has been identified, and we've, I think, prudently tried to take it in more of a grandfather over a multiple year period. But I would suggest that, given a lot of the work that was done 2 years ago, and you can see some of the results of that, if you start to get these incentive opportunity levels more in line with the marketplace, you're going to see much smaller adjustments every 2 years once you get them into the right range. And I would say this position in particular, even 2 years ago, was still below the range at that point in time. And so we're just trying to get it in the range. And once it's there, I think you will see much less and much lower adjustments being required moving forward.
All right, thank,
Madam Chair, could I add something here?
yes, please, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much. I would like to turn everyone's attention to slide number 26 of our deck, where we have the board-approved peer group that McLaughlin used in pulling their data. Remember that Peter had mentioned that we use the median of the compensation data from this entire group. And if I can get everyone to look at this list, you'll see that CalPERS is sizably the largest public fund on this list. And then and in comparison, you have CPPIB there, 2 Canadian funds up front. And it goes all the way down to $12 billion in assets under management for Washington University Endowment. So yes, there are sizable adjustments that have been made, but please keep in mind that this is the median of this large group, going all the way from a peer that's comparable to your size, all the way down to 12 billion, which is substantially smaller. So in terms of fairness, you're not benchmarking yourself at the top of this group or making sure that you're always at the 100th percentile, which could arguably be the case. But you are conservatively benchmarking yourself at the median of this group, which again is fair and defensible, and allows you to stay within a reasonable market range of the group. But again, by no means are you making sure that you're benchmarking at the top of this group. And I just wanted to point that fact out, just to show the conservative nature of the recommendations coming forward.
And yeah, Mr. Kelly makes a great point on 26, as well as on page 23 is another good example of sort of the leading funds. And I was going to get to this in a little bit, but in terms of that peer group, as Mr. Kelly spoke, we did take a lot of the feedback from 2 years ago into account and worked with McLaughlin to identify other larger size public funds in the United States that had similar characteristics in terms of managing things internally, having a complex portfolio. And that did lead to certain adjustments in terms of adding in certain New York funds, as well as adding in Florida funds as well. And so I wanted to bring that up, in that we definitely are cognizant of making sure that the peer group that these pay levels are being based off of is fair, defensible, and that is really what's gone into setting this, is looking at those funds that are managing a meaningful amount internally, that are within a certain size range, that have complex investment portfolios, also have a lot of plan administration things and things like that. And so that has all gone into setting this peer group. And then to Mr. Kelly's point, then setting that at the median of this peer group, and recognizing that CalPERS is the largest one of all the funds on this list. And definitely to Mr. Kelly's point, some boards we work with might defensively say we should be paying ourselves higher than the median. So I think this board has been quite prudent in its approach. It's an approach in terms of a peer group that is defensible, that is used by many other pension funds in terms of having that mix between public agencies, public funds, as well as private sector. And so we know definitely that this is a meaningful and a material adjustment to pay, but I think you have been prudent in terms of trying to measure this out over time, and that's why we are comfortable in making this adjustment. And we are pretty confident that in making this adjustment, that you'll be that much further within the range, and you won't necessarily need to be making as material adjustments moving forward. So I'll quickly go back, because we'll get to the investment staff in a second. But I will point you to page 13 as well, to show that the resulting market positioning of these adjustments, even with the adjustments we're proposing for the CEO position, you're still seeing a double-digit, the midpoint of the CalPERS range still being below the median of that combined 2/3, 1/3 peer group. So again, we are trying to be prudent while still moving CalPERS to a more competitive position relative to its peers.
We have additional questions First, Ms. Gallegos?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we've looked at, we vote proxies, and a lot of times we vote on CEO pay at proxies, and I want to make sure that we are being consistent in our decisions about our own CEO pay and the proxies that we're voting and the statements that we're making when we vote those proxies for CEOs. Has anybody taken a look at that to make sure that we're consistent?
No, that hasn't been something that necessarily we've been asked to do. This is definitely something that, from a policy perspective, if that is something that this board, upon further discussion, wanted to have a policy on as part of your overall policy, that is something that definitely this board could discuss. I would say that I haven't seen a pension fund or really most, if any company, adopts sort of in the sand, we want to pay our CEO this ratio to the average worker. I have never really seen a policy like that adopted. But obviously that is something that this board, should you be really passionate about it, could consider. But I would say that would be less typical and actually fairly atypical in the marketplace. I think you want to make sure that you are continuing to provide a market competitive opportunity to all of your people, not just your CEO, but others. And, having a further discussion potentially on the peer group. Does the peer group make sense? Does the weighting, between public and private make sense? Do you want to shift that weighting a little bit? Those I think are open for future discussion. I will say this though, the 2/3, 1/3 approach that you follow is quite standard and in line with the market. So we as consultants don't have any concerns with that weighting. But again, this is something that in the future, I think if you want to have a discussion, and it's a good time every 2 or 3 years to review, the peer group, the policies, and make sure everyone's still comfortable with that. I think that's a good open discussion to have. But setting specific pay ratios of we want the CEO to be paid X, no more than X of the average worker is not something we typically see and would be, atypical with market practice.
All right, thank you. We have additional questions. Mr. Palkey?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my questions just got answered, but I did want to point out, I'm a strong believer that everyone deserves a fair and equitable wage. And thank you for putting those numbers that I too was shocked on into more context as far as our peer group and where they fit into the median. However, looking at the peer group and where we sit nationally, I would like to start to see more international groups in comparison in that peer group, just because I know there are larger funds out there worldwide, and I do believe we stand pretty strong on that global stance there. So thanks.
Thank you. Ms. President Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to remind everybody when we initially started increasing the CEO's pay package, she was really underpaid comparatively speaking. So yes, we have been consistently increasing it. It is to get it to a midpoint here. Because CalPERS was probably in the lowest quartile for paying their CEO. And I always think about, we talk about our plan for making sure that we have replacements and how do we hire the next time around if we're not offering an equivalent pay package that most other plans are offering. Then finally, the comparative I think that Ms. Gallegos was talking about is interesting at CalPERS because we have some of the highest paid employees at CalPERS. As the average state worker goes, then that's a different story. But if you're comparing her pay to, if you add the average pay of everybody at CalPERS, you're probably going to be in a decent area because, we're not talking billions, hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, and we do have some pretty high paid workers, state workers. So I think if we're in the midpoint, we're using the comparators that we're using. And then you add in the fact that we oversee 1.5 million people for healthcare. So we're one of the most complex funds in the world. So I think we have to take that into consideration before we say, oh, we can't raise her pay anymore. So yeah, I'm speaking in favor of this. So thank you.
And just to maybe respond to a couple of those comments, definitely we can definitely look in terms of what international peers are out there. Some of the times there are some limitations from a data availability perspective, but that's definitely something we can examine for the next go around. The other thing to be mindful of when you go outside of North America is certain pay practices might differ pretty significantly between North America and other sort of jurisdictions, New Zealand, Australia, Europe, things like that. So we'd want to be mindful of that as well, but that's definitely something that could be looked into as well. And then I think to Ms. Taylor's point around, make sure you're in the median, making sure that you've made material adjustments, getting the CEO in line with market. I think that's something that, again, I think you made a conscious decision 2 years ago to start to make that move, and you did make some material adjustments to the CEO's pay at that time. And I think you did it, and we informed you that there was still a pretty sizable gap there 2 years ago. And so again, I think the spirit of these changes is gradually over time getting this role in line with the market, doing it in a prudent multi-year manner. And so again, that is why we're comfortable with the adjustments that are brought forth for the CEO position.
Okay, are there any other comments from the board? Okay, yes, sorry. I see you on here. Did I activate it? Yeah, sorry, now I'm nowhere on here.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you for the report. As a newer board member, so I know the 2/3, 1/3 agreed upon mix for the combined peer group. But what size market cap businesses in the private sector are we looking at? I mean, is it comparable health insurance, banking, et cetera, or is it just S&P 500 average for CEOs and executive positions?
I'll point you actually, it's page 25 of the report, which specifically for the executive management group, for CEO and those, this is the range in terms of the assets under management for banks and insurance companies that are included. So this is the range. So you can see the median is, well below, CalPERS, which is obviously over $500 billion. So it is a smaller size private sector. Obviously, the 75th percentile on the banks is quite high. So it is, a group of private sector peers that is smaller than CalPERS. So I think that's also a prudent thing. You're not necessarily looking at banks and insurance companies that are $500 billion plus. And so, yeah, that gives that group. And then I'll just flip to, it's a little bit small on the page, but for the investment staff, you can see investment management firms, banks, and insurance companies. Again, the median being around 300 billion for that sort of total set of groups, which is again well below CalPERS, which is obviously over 500 billion in assets. So again, I think even the private sector peers, you've tried to be somewhat reasonable and prudent and conservative in setting those private sector groups in terms of sizes. And the reality of the situation is there aren't that many organizations out there outside of maybe the BlackRocks and that are much larger than CalPERS. And so, you are large, you're quite complex with the health component of it in terms of managing health benefits and things like that. So you are quite complicated. And so I think you've been quite prudent in terms of the group and the weightings that you've assigned to, public, I'll call it public sector and private sector comparisons. And that's why we have comfort in the results of the data and the recommendations that we're bringing forth.
And then just to follow up on that, so the private sector comparables, that's total comp, so stock options, et cetera, that the CEOs and executive members get.
That would include long-term incentives, yes. So stock options and share units and things like that. Correct. That would be in the total compensation bucket of the analysis. The salary and the total cash, of course, would just be based on salaries and cash or annual incentives that are paid to those folks.
Yeah, I think having a much broader conversation on, how much we can wait on those is, we all know that sometimes the stock options approved by the board of directors are quite rich. And how do we, make sure we measure that approach as we look at the whole market basket? So thank you.
All right, thank you. We have one more comment, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peter, for your comments and so forth. I've been enjoying this dialogue and conversation. I want to go back to what Mr. Dakota said about the comparators. I was looking at the executive management peer group for the California-based agencies. Yep. Now, when we did this, was this already established, or did we add any additional ones? I'm just curious.
I'll defer to Ms. Tucker, but I believe this is the same list as 2 years ago, but I could be incorrect.
It's the same list as 2 years ago, Mr. Pacheco.
Yeah. Do you feel that there should be any additional persons or any other additional items that could be added to this to give us a better picture, or do you feel that it's adequate?
I feel like this is adequate, although I will speak to the experts in the room that know the state of California even better than I do to confirm that. But we did not have any concerns, and we felt like these are representative of larger, more complex state agencies that made sense to compare CalPERS to. But I will defer to the experts who know California even better than we do.
As I understand it, over the course of the board's tenure, various organizations have been added and subtracted over the years. But again, this has been a largely stable group for quite a few years. I would say probably close to a decade.
What?
I think it's Doug Hoffner, CalPERS staff. I think it's been there at least 7. And I think to your point, it's looking at large, complex organizations that both have base pay and incentive opportunities, and that's how you get to the different counties and the pension systems and some of the larger transit organizations. This is really derived from feedback that we received from this committee about 7.5, 8 years ago.
It's just that I recently went to a SACRS event with respect to learning more about the Act 37s and so forth, and I noticed that some of them, they mentioned some of them have grown in terms of their assets under management, and I'm just wondering if that is something we should look into or think about. Consider?
I think we could always look in that. I think many of those 37 counties tend to be considerably smaller in the asset under management, which is going to, what Mr. Lander said, it's more of that, 10 to 20 billion, and a lot of that's invested by external managers. And so it's not really like comparable to the work that we're doing, but we can always take a look at that pure comparative group.
Interesting. Thank you. And then the other question I have is back to the recommendations with respect to, let me see, back to page on the annual incentive. And you mentioned these recommendations of 0%, 150, and 225% maximum. Do we have to make those recommendations? Or can we stay in the status quo? And if we were to stay with the status quo, what are the risks of staying with the status quo?
So I'll refer to, obviously it's the pleasure of this committee or this board to accept or reject the recommendations. I will say, though, that if these adjustments are not made, you'll be that much further behind the marketplace. And if I go back a page or two, so you'll be 33% below the median on a total cash basis and about 26% below from a total compensation perspective for the role. So you will have a meaningful gap. And what this will mean is, assuming you defer this another 2 years, you will have gone 4 years without adjusting the incentive opportunity levels for the CEO. So this gap, most likely, you never know where the markets will go, but most likely this gap will only grow in 4 years' time or in 2 years' time. And so again, the risk is you get further behind, and then you'll be in the position that you were 2 years ago where you might have to make even larger adjustments. And so this approach will get you that much closer to the median, and in the future should mean that you don't necessarily have to make a decision for as material adjustments moving forward. And I know you're not in the position right now to be, recruiting for a role, but down the line, if you were to, not make any adjustments and you go down the line to replace the CEO and recruit, you might, you could run into challenges if the gap is too far between what you're paying and what the competitive market is. So that's always a risk when you're not adjusting pay levels. And the only thing I forgot to mention this earlier. The big thing also that I think needs to be everyone needs to be reminded about is the majority of the recommendation and adjustment to the pay for the CEO is in the at-risk incentive portion of the pay. So what does that mean? That means that if performance doesn't necessarily warrant it, then you won't necessarily be paying out anywhere close to those 225% that we're talking about, especially on the long-term incentive side. If you don't meet that 6.8% actuarial required rate of return in 5 years' time, then this will not pay out, and that whole 150% will be a zero, essentially. So this pay, the majority of the recommendations that we're making is an at-risk pay, meaning it is based on the performance of CalPERS as an organization and the CEO against those individual key business objectives. And so again, that gives us another level of comfort in that we're not just, padding the base salary range for this role. The majority of this increase is through at-risk pay. And so if you're paying it out to the CEO, it's because the performance of CalPERS and them as an individual warrants paying that out. And so again, that gives us another level of comfort in terms of the recommendations we're bringing forward.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate everything you said. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see no other comments from the committee. I'd just like to add my comment that our fiduciary duty is to ensure that our decisions are grounded in rigor, in transparency, and alignment with our organization's long-term interests. And I think that's why we committed many years ago, even before I joined the board, to a disciplined and deliberate process. And that process has been structured, it's been data informed, it's been reflective of both performance outcomes and market realities. It was not ad hoc, it's not subjective. It's based on our policy, it's been informed by independent benchmarking, our consultants' expertise, and also guided by our principles of fairness, accountability. And so I think today's recommendations are a product of that process. And I'm in favor of those outcomes because it was from a process that we all agreed to and that we all followed, not because it's perfect. I appreciate the opportunity that we will have to change policy, to inform our peer groups, and some of the other recommendations or ideas we're hearing from the committee and board members. But our recommendation is the result of a consistent and credible framework that is designed to serve the best interest of the organization, its stakeholders, and to really ensure the retirement security of our members and beneficiaries. So I want to say thank you to everyone for a really deliberate discussion today, and I see no other questions. So with that, I will entertain a motion. The recommendations have been moved by Ms. Walker.
Second.
It's been seconded by President Taylor, and I will ask the committee, all those in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed?
No.
And any abstentions? Okay, the motion has been carried. And with that, I will go to our next item on the agenda, the summary of committee direction.
So I heard some comments, so I'll look to the chair to see if these are summary of committee direction, but I think Mr. Palkey was interested in looking at some larger set of data in terms of international entities. We can work with both DGA and McLaughlin to understand that, and there was a comment related to proxy voting. We could look at that as well. So I would take those away as things that we will provide further information on in the future.
All right, thank you so much. And I do not have any additional public comment. I do have a comment from our board member, Mr. Rufino.
Am I on? Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, I just wanted to ask a question about, the first question about regarding Government Code 20098. Obviously, that's the code that gives the board the authority to set the compensation for certain classifications or the executive. And I noted that there's been several amendments to this code back in 2007, 2011, and 2019. Was that the last amendment? Was there any other amendment after the 2019? No. Okay, perfect. The second question has staff or perhaps CGA identify additional managerial classifications to be included in the future under Government Code Section 20098?
We haven't currently. Again, though, I hate to beat a dead horse. I think with this potential transformational adoption of TPA in the months ahead, I think that brings an opportunity to, I think, relook at a lot of things. Pay levels probably, that the market is what the market is, but how do we incent our people? What are the key objectives that we want to really be motivating our people to achieve? Under that, does our current incentive framework do that or not? Do we have to change our benchmarks, relative to a new TPA approach? Do we have the right people eligible for certain elements of compensation? So, there are a few executive positions that aren't eligible for long-term incentive. Does it make sense if we're, potentially under TPA looking at longer-term horizons and things like that? Does it make sense to now include those types of roles so that everyone's sort of motivated to achieve these things? Do we have the right authority to set the board's, authority over certain roles? I think these are all important discussions and questions that definitely, if a TPA approach is adopted, should be had and should most likely will lead to some adjustments to the metrics or incentives and who's eligible and things like that. And obviously, some of the recent discussions that came out of LaSera and some of the appeals courts around certain authorities to set classifications for certain roles. Not sure how much that'll affect you at the state level, but that will definitely spur a lot of pension systems to have similar types of questions. I think you're asking, Mr. Ruffino, is do we have the right level of authority at the board level to set pay ranges and things like that and classifications that meet our needs? So I think, we're at a good inflection point with where we're at, and we'll have to see where the future goes. But I think all the questions I'm hearing are all, I think, great questions. I think need to be addressed. Should sort of a newer direction on the investment side be had? So I definitely, I'm welcome to participate, hopefully, in those discussions and help people think through, what's market practice, what makes sense given the direction that you as a board want to move in, and happy to assist in whatever way we can in those discussions.
Thank you for that. And one additional quick observation. Ms. Tucker, I know that we have more than six, I note about 13 classifications under this, that falls under this authority. And I know we have more than 13 managers. We probably, I would say roughly, I don't have the number, I would say roughly about 200, 300 managers out of 3,000 people, maybe plus or minus. And so I wanted to comment knowing already that we do not have authority over the rest of the managers. CalHR has that authority. Understanding that. However, having said that, remember that every time we do make these adjustments, it creates a salary compaction with the rest of the managers. And that affects morale. That affects recruitment. That affects a whole bunch of other issues. So I think it is in our interest, at least morally or otherwise, to encourage and to help CalHR and let them know when those situations exist of this compaction once we make the decisions, and to see how can we mitigate for the future, although we do not have a direct responsibility. But I think that's something that we should also take a look at it to benefit the rest of the management team at CalPERS.
And I'll just, sorry, Ms. Tucker, I'll just say, this is, I think, an ongoing issue that a lot of boards, pension fund boards deal with. We deal with U.S. boards, Canadian boards, and making sure to get that sort of balance right, especially when you're talking about sort of investment staff and more of the operations and administrative staff, making sure that, there isn't too much of a gap and making sure that people know that they're still valued and very highly valued and that their compensation is, meant to be competitive. And so you're definitely not the only board and the only committee that is dealing with this ongoing struggle with, those that, have, the board has authority over, those that they may not, or those that, are investment staff that maybe get paid a little bit more versus the operation staff. And so I think you're asking some really good questions, and ones that I think all pension funds wrestle with from time to time. And I think ultimately it's having that discussion, working with, legislature, CalHR, to what makes sense for this board in terms of what can you as a board have authority over and what not, and then trying to make sure that you're, treating everyone market competitively, but also where you can as internally equitable as possible.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next item is public comment, which I have none. So we will adjourn this meeting, and the Board of Administration will reconvene in 15 minutes, 10:25. Thank you.
Sorry. So with that, let's start with roll call.
Teresa Taylor,
Here?
David Miller,
Here.
Malia Cohen, Michael DeToy, Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma, Oreno Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palki,
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacaba, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Present.
All right, with that, I'm going to read our attestation. We're not all present in the same room, and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public. Bagley Keene requires that remote board members make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest either that one, they are alone, or two, if there are one or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, the nature of the board member's relationship to each person. And at this time, I would like to ask Gail Willis, do you attest?
Yes, I do attest to that, the fact that I am alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance since I didn't ask anybody, so I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It's been a busy week. So, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for waiting while we got through our Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee. Today I'd like to begin by previewing our agenda for the July offsite. And the July offsite will take place from July 14th to 16th at the Marriott Hotel in Monterey. This meeting is an invaluable opportunity for us to come together, reflect on our mission, and engage in thoughtful discussions that will shape the future of our organization. Over the course of 3 days, we'll cover a wide range of topics critical to CalPERS' success and the well-being of our members. So day one, we will start with an update from our Chief Investment Officer, Stephen Gilmore, who will announce our fiscal year-end returns. He also will lead a discussion on our ALM process and transition to a total portfolio approach. Later in the morning, we'll explore affordable housing as an investment opportunity. This panel will feature thought leaders from Nuveen and the California Building Industry Association, who will share innovative ways we can make a meaningful impact through real estate investments. In the afternoon, we'll shift our focus to emerging manager investing, a strategy that underscores the importance of diversity and innovation in our portfolio. Industry expert leaders will share insights on how they're paving the way for the next generation of investing managers. We'll close the day with a discussion on infrastructure, an increasingly important area for long-term investment returns and economic development. So moving on to day two, we'll focus on healthcare, enterprise strategy, and cybersecurity. The morning will begin with the presentation and adoption of the final healthcare rates, followed by an update on behavioral health initiatives. I know our members will be very interested in that. Next, we'll explore the role of artificial intelligence in shaping the future of healthcare and offering insights into how technology can improve outcomes for our members. After lunch, we'll hear updates from leaders across the organization on key priorities including investment strategy, talent management, health policy innovation, customer service, and stakeholder engagement. We'll then turn our attention to cybersecurity, a critical topic of today's digital landscape. Finally, on day 3 of the offsite, we'll conduct our annual fiduciary training and review the results of our stakeholder perception survey. Whether you join us in person or online, we do look forward to your participation. So I want to mention this month's celebrations. The month of June provides 2 meaningful opportunities to celebrate diversity we embrace here at CalPERS. June is Pride Month, a time to honor our LGBTQ plus community, their history, resilience, and contributions to society. Pride Month commemorates the Stonewall Uprising of 1969, a pivotal moment for the fight for LGBTQ plus rights. It serves as both a celebration of love, authenticity, and the freedom to be oneself, and a reminder of the ongoing struggle for equity and acceptance. Let us use this month to uplift LGBTQ plus voices, stand in solidarity, and reaffirm our commitment to creating a world where everyone is embraced for who they are. And happy Pride to all, and to all the allies who support this important cause. Tomorrow we honor Juneteenth, a pivotal moment in American history marking the emancipation of enslaved Americans. On June 19, 1865, more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce that all enslaved people were free. Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom, resilience, and the enduring fight for equality and justice as well. It's a time to reflect on the struggles and contributions of African Americans throughout history and to recommit to building a society rooted in equity and inclusion and respect for all. As we observe this day, let us honor the legacy of those who fought for freedom and continue to work toward a future where liberty and justice are truly shared by everyone. Lastly, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege to share my thoughts on the recent arrest of David Huerta, a respected labor leader and president of SEIU California. His arrest is a stark reminder of the challenges faced by those who advocate for immigrant rights and social justice. David's long-standing commitment to uplifting workers and immigrant communities has made him a powerful voice in the fight for equity. Many of us in the labor community are proud to call him a friend, and we extend our compassion and solidarity to David, recognizing his courage and dedication to advocating for vulnerable communities. This moment calls for unity. Together we must continue to stand in pursuit of justice, equity, and the protection of human dignity. And with that is my president's report. I will turn it over to our CEO for her report.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good morning, members of the board. So I will begin this morning by discussing the importance of the annual proxy voting process and the role of proxy advisory services in supporting institutional investors like CalPERS. Recently, you may have read, there is a lot of rhetoric surrounding proxy advisory firms, and it really has intensified through the media. So I thought it would be important for us to touch on the processes that we use at CalPERS. A prominent CEO of a financial services company went so far as to call these firms a cancer and advocated for their elimination. Unfortunately, he is not alone in his criticism. Members of Congress have also joined the attack, proposing reforms through SEC regulations that could drive up costs and create more legal risk, potentially deterring investors from using proxy advisory firms altogether. Adding fuel to the fire, claims are being circulated that alleged proxy advisory firms wield excessive influence. Some critics even suggest that CalPERS relies too heavily on these firms for our voting decisions. So these words and actions are yet another veiled attempt to silence shareholders, share owners like CalPERS, and undermine our ability to fulfill the fiduciary responsibilities to the members. What has been lost in the sea of criticism and misinformation is how CalPERS actually uses proxy advisory firms. So I'd like to set that record straight by sharing how it does work. Here's the reality. In the 2024 calendar year, our investment team voted proxies at more than 10,000 share owner meetings. That translates to 95,000 individual votes across 63 countries. As a long-term shareholder, we view proxy voting as one of the most important tools to influence a company's governance practices. We take the responsibility seriously. These are issues such as say on pay, board independence, board diversity, board expertise. Our proxy voting decisions are guided by our board-approved governance and sustainability principles and our proxy voting guidelines. The principles provide the framework for our decisions, while the guidelines outline our philosophy and approach to key proxy voting items, as I indicated above. To help us exercise our fiduciary duty, we use several research providers, including proxy advisory firms Glass Lewis and ISS. Additionally, we vote our shares using an electronic platform provided by Glass Lewis. Excuse me. Much of the public discourse is focused on proxy voting recommendations offered by these firms. So let me be clear, CalPERS doesn't, nor has it ever, relied solely on these recommendations to make our voting decisions. This is a common misconception in the marketplace. Before casting our votes, the team conducts research to gain a full understanding of the publicly available information on the companies that we own. This is no small task. It requires hundreds of hours of work by our internal team. To give you an idea of the scope, one corporate proxy statement can be 75 to 100 pages long. Once our voting decisions are made, we post them publicly on our website. We make sure that there's good transparency and the company is fully aware of how CalPERS will be voting its shares for their upcoming meeting. The notion that institutional investors over-rely on proxy advisory firms is misguided. If that were true, the results would look very different. For example, in 2024, CalPERS voted in alignment with corporate management's recommendations approximately 74% of the time, while Glass Lewis aligned with management 90% of the time. It's clear that CalPERS has demonstrated independent thought, both from corporate management and proxy advisory firms, on key issues. So just let me conclude with one final point. As I mentioned earlier, we vote our proxies in 63 different markets worldwide. The United States is the only market considering the elimination of proxy advisory firms. While we ultimately make our own decisions, proxy advisory firms provide valuable research grounded in governance best practices. Their work enhances transparency, promotes accountability, and empowers share owners to exercise their rights effectively. Eliminating these firms would not only harm institutional investors, but also would weaken the corporate governance system as a whole. So let me go on to something a little more fun. So this is one of the highlights of the year, recognizing this year's group of APEX recipients. These are the team members who earlier this month received the highest honor we have here, the Achieving Performance Excellence Award. If we could get the, thank you. So as you can see on the screen, we have a large class this year, 40 in all, which is one of the biggest group of APEX honorees in CalPERS' history. It's a testament to a number of people, but most importantly, I think our human resources team and their effort to streamline the nomination process and to drive engagement with frequent communication and coaching. And I know Mr. Miller got to watch this ceremony in person. We know how much our teams value our culture of recognition. When they feel valued for their hard work and dedication, people are more engaged in their work, more connected to our mission, and that adds up to far better service to our 2.4 million members. That's why we have multiple recognition tools for year-round use. The APEX Award, however, isn't a class by itself. It is the absolute top honor any team member can receive. And to make it even more special, it's a peer-nominated award. This is not a leadership-nominated award. Peers are nominating their coworkers to receive this award. So that means that in the normal course of day-to-day work, all of today's recipients stood out to their colleagues. Each APEX recipient truly represents the purpose here at CalPERS, and I'm proud to present you with this year's award recipients and to applaud their service to our members. Would you please all stand? Thank you. So next up, I want to share some highlights from the Catalyst event we hosted in May in partnership with CalSTRS. The full title, California's Emerging and Diverse Investment Manager Forum, aptly describes the purpose of the event: to bring allocators together with investment entrepreneurs and industry experts looking for funding opportunities in one single location. The event drew 569 external attendees from 435 organizations, the majority representing private market managers, then limited partner allocators, and public market managers. This year, we saw a 36% increase in attendance. And I think we all understand the reason for that increase in attendance. Adding CalPERS and CalSTRS team members to the totals, there were over 600 in attendance. What sets Catalyst apart from many emerging and diverse manager conferences is having the CalPERS and CalSTRS investment teams available to share what we're looking for in an investment, the processes by which they can get their ideas presented to us, and really trying to find ways that we can take a diligent look at the pitches that they're offering to us. It's no surprise that networking is one of the most valued attributes of the conference. Attendees were able to offer their pitches, their innovative ideas, and learn how to refine them. The post-review survey, as you can imagine, the area for improvement would like to see more limited partners and allocators in the future conferences. Attendees requested more meetings with CalPERS and CalSTRS teams. Maybe these meetings would be more one-on-one via appointments versus just the regular general networking sessions, and that there was not enough time for networking on day 2. So of the sessions from the main stage, most received favorable responses, especially keynote conversations and those focused on emerging manager success stories. That's a topic attendees want to see more in the future as well. Overall, the feedback was very positive, and we received, again, some constructive suggestions for next time. I think it's fair to say that the timing of Catalyst couldn't have been better as we round out the fiscal year and talk about what it will take to broaden the investor community to enhance financial performance in a way that meets our return objectives. Let me move on to the Pathways for Women Conference. That's again going to be held on August 18th and 19th at the Anaheim Marriott, and registration is now open. We've made some adjustments to the programming to give attendees more of what they've asked for and show that we're listening to those feedback sessions or those feedback surveys. And again, more expanded network. So beyond the main stage sessions, networking is something attendees really value. And they know that there's a lot of experience in the room. So these are ways that people can think about applying for jobs potentially at CalPERS. We've actually hired individuals out of this forum. I know HR, I believe, was the first one who hired one of our Pathways attendees, which was very, very fun. And then finally, the educational forum. So planning is also underway for that event. This is the event that we host to support our employers in their CalPERS work on behalf of their employees. The dates and locations for this year's meeting are October 13th through 15th at the JW Marriott Desert Springs Resort in Palm Desert, California. Early bird registration has launched and will remain available at a discounted price through August 5th. And that does conclude my report, President Taylor, but again, happy to take any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. I am not seeing questions from the board. So with that, I will move on to our action consent items. What's the pleasure of the board? Moved by Mr. Pacheco, seconded by Mr. Miller. All those in sorry, I need a roll call vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Aye. Michael DeToy. Aye. Frank Ruffino. Aye. Arena Ortega. Aye. Jose Luis Pacheco. Aye. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Excused.
Yvonne Walker.
Aye.
Melissa Willette.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. I haven't received a request to remove anything from information consent items, so with that, we will move on to committee reports, and I will turn it over first to Mr. Miller for Investment Committee. Hold on. There you go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. The Investment Committee met on June 16th, 2025. The committee approved the following. Agenda Item 5A, The committee approved the market study scope report on the financial impact of prevailing wage and labor peace agreements for real estate and infrastructure investments with the following adjustments: inclusion of skilled labor within the scope, clarification of union engagement, and inclusion of potential California-specific analysis. The committee received reports on the following topics: quarterly Chief Investment Officer's report, asset liability management, reference portfolio design and active risk limits, and private equity, private debt, and real assets annual program reviews. The chair directed staff to provide data on the performance of diverse and emerging managers. The committee held public comment on the following topics: climate change, private equity, private debt, and Tesla. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the September Investment Committee meeting. CalPERS Trust Level Review, Asset Liability Management, first reading of ALM recommendations, Global Fixed Income and Global Public Equity Annual Program Reviews. The next meeting of the Investment Committee is scheduled for September 15th, 2025 in Sacramento, California.
So hold on just a minute, Mr. Miller. We were supposed to do the agenda item 5A. So on motion by committee, is there a discussion on agenda item 5A? Oh, because it's a committee of the whole. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, no, that concludes my report, Madam President.
All right, Pension and Health Committee, I need, Kevin, I need you to push your button. Thank you. There you go. Mr. Palkey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. The Pension and Health Benefits Committee met on June 17th, 2025. The committee took action and recommends, and I move, the board approve the following. Agenda item 5A, approve recommendation to issue an intent to award a 5-year contract to Illumifin to serve as California Public Employee Retirement System third-party administrator for its long-term care insurance program with an effective date of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2031. Awards are subject to final negotiations and satisfaction of all requirements.
On motion by committee, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Aye. Michael DeToy. Frank Ruffino. Aye. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Aye. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava. Yvonne Walker. Aye. Melissa Willette.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Willis.
The committee received reports on the following topics. The committee received the preliminary 2026 Health Maintenance Organization and Preferred Provider Organization plan premiums and an update on the Pharmacy Benefit Manager contract negotiations. The committee also received public comment regarding PPO and Optum drug coverage in the Lake Tahoe area, UC coverage, and a credit monitoring extension. The chair directed staff to create talking points for the board members outlining the rate development process and CalPERS cost-saving efforts. At this time, I'd like to share some highlights of what to expect next month and at the September health benefits meeting. Final HMO and PPO health plan rates will be approved and the PBM will be selected at the July Board of Administration offsite. The committee will be presented with another health plan spotlight, and our next meeting for the Pension and Health Benefits Committee is scheduled for September 16th, 2025 in Sacramento, California.
Thank you, Mr. Palkey. I have in order on our agenda, Melissa Willette going over Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee.
All right, thank you. The Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee met today on June 18th, 2025. The committee and I recommend and move the board approve the following 3 items. First is the annual review of the 2025-26 incentive metrics and compensation policy updates. and approving the incentive metrics and compensation policy updates for fiscal year 2025-26 as presented by the board's compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors. Number 2, approve a fiscal year 2025-26 incentive plan for the Chief Executive Officer as proposed by the board's compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors. And finally, approve compensation recommendations presented by Global Governance Advisors, the board's primary compensation consultant for executive and investment management positions, the compensation review and recommendations for statutory positions.
All right, thank you. On committee direction, any discussion on the, okay, motions? No discussion. We're voting on 3 items, agenda item 5A, B, and C. With that, can I have a roll call vote?
David Miller.
Aye.
Leah Cohen. Michael DeToy. Frank Ruffino. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
I'm
Yvonne
sorry,
Walker.
excused.
Melissa Willette.
Yes.
Dr. Gia Willis.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Continue, Ms. Willett.
The committee directed staff to review the peer groups, and the committee heard public comment on pay levels for executive investment management positions and clarification on compensation for new employees. At the September 16th, 2025 committee meeting, the committee will conduct the annual performance evaluation of the Chief Executive Officer and review the CEO's report of fiscal year 2024-25 performance for executive and investment management positions in closed session. So the next meeting of the Performance, Compensation, and Talent Management Committee is scheduled for September 16th in Sacramento, California.
Thank you, Ms. Willett. With that, we will move on to the Risk and Audit Committee. With that, Malia Cohen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. There's 2 meeting summaries that I'm going to be reading into the record. The first one is the Risk and Audit Committee met on June 2nd, 2025, and interviewed 5 firms for the Parallel Actuarial Valuation RFP. The committee recommends, and I moved, that the board approves the following. Agenda item 3A, solicitation for a third-party valuation and certification of annual actuarial reports, the finalist interviews, and finalist selection. Also move to approve the award of the contract to Chiron, as they are the highest ranking finalists, subject to final negotiations and satisfaction of all requirements, and direct staff to begin contract negotiations for the contract with Chiron.
You want to finish?
Yes, if staff, in its discretion, concludes that negotiations are unsuccessful, staff shall begin contract negotiations with Siegel Company, the next highest scoring finalist, and so on.
Thank you. On recommendation from the committee, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, I'd like a roll call vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen.
Aye.
Michael DeToy.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino.
Aye.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willette. Dr. Gia Willis.
Aye.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cohen. Controller Cohen, go on.
All right, thank you. Then the Risk and Audit Committee also met on June 17th, 2025. The committee recommends, and I move that the board approve the following 3 agenda items. Agenda item 5A, 2025-26 Enterprise Compliance, the Risk and Governance Annual Plan. Agenda 5B, 2025-26 Audit Office of Audit Services Plan. And Agenda item 5C, which is an Independent Auditor's Annual Plan.
On direction from committee, is there any discussion on the motions? All right, seeing no discussion, I need a roll call vote on all 3 agenda items 5A, B, and C.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen.
Aye.
Michael DeToy.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino.
Aye.
Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willette. Dr. Gia Willis.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Go on.
All right, and the last few points, the committee received reports on the following topics: an update on the 2024 annual compliance report, and then also the committee heard public comment on the following topic, noting that there were several comments regarding the PBI data breach in 2023. I just want you all to know that the next meeting for the Risk and Audit Committee is scheduled for September 16th, 2025 in Sacramento, California. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we move on to our action agenda items. And I'm going to call on Mr. Miller to, oops, that did not work. All right, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
All right, thank you, President Taylor. I move to adopt the proposed decisions at agenda items 8A1 through 8A4 with the minor modifications argued by staff to agenda item 8A2.
All right. All those in favor, we need a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I heard a second. So motion, second by Jose Luis Pacheco, and I need a roll call vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Michael DeToy. Frank Ruffino. Orena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Kevin Palke.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Anything else? All right. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, what are you probably? Oh, I'm sorry. Assembly Bill 2880, I am recognizing at this point, and with that, I need Mr. Palke. Need you to push your button. Go ahead. It should be on. You're
Well,
on?
we're going to let
Danny
talk
first, okay.
Good morning, Madam President and board members. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. Item 8B is an action item asking the board to adopt a support position on Assembly Bill 280, authored by Assemblymember Aguilar Curry and sponsored by Health Access California. AB 280 requires a healthcare service plan or health insurer to verify provider directory accuracy on an annual basis and to ensure that the provider directory is 60% accurate by July 1st, 2026, with an increasing percentage of accuracy to be met with each additional year until the directories are 95% accurate on or before July 1st, 2029. If a health plan or insurer fails to meet the accuracy benchmark in any given year, administrative penalties would be assessed. There are existing laws and proposed regulations to oversee the accuracy of provider directories, and CalPERS contractually requires health plans to maintain and update their provider directories. However, ensuring accuracy continues to be a challenge. While not perfect, we believe this bill is a step in the right direction to increase the accuracy of provider directories for the benefit of our members. They will enable them to find providers more efficiently, make better informed decisions when choosing their plans and providers, and it will reduce barriers to accessing health care. For these reasons, we are recommending a support position on AB 280. At the same time, we are suggesting the author consider amendments to require providers to share in the responsibility of maintaining accurate provider directories. We believe this will improve the chances of AB 280 meeting the goal of 95% provider directory accuracy by 2029. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
It looks like we do have questions. Mr. Ruffino?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Brown. I do have two quick questions. The first one deals with PPO. As I understand, this bill does not apply to CalPERS PPO plans. Is that correct? That is correct. Should we be concerned about the two-tier nature of implementation if indeed is going to pass? Are there, and subsequent, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
So yes, it's correct. It would apply to our HMO plans, not our PPO plans. The challenge there, of course, is that California law, that the PPO is not subject to California law. It's a self-insured product, hence outside of that scope. There are a couple of reasons why this bill would make it helpful, would make it easier to maintain accuracy on the PPO side. The main one is that the networks are very similar. So what ends up happening is that you tap existing networks. When those networks in California are more accurate, you're more likely to have accuracy on the PPO side. We, as Danny pointed out, we have requirements in our contract for maintaining accuracy. It is challenging to do so, this is just a backstop that makes it much more likely that we will achieve that 95%, 100% accuracy. So it improves the situation. You're correct. There's still a difference in California law, but there's no other way around it short of federal law to deal with the PPO issue in the same way.
Thank you for that. By the way, I had a follow-up, which I think you sort of already answered, but I'm going to ask anyway. Are there any policy tools, perhaps, that we could explore to ensure that our PPO enrollees aren't left behind in this push for transparency and accuracy?
Yeah, we do that. We do that work routinely here. At some future time, I'm happy to talk through how we do that. Again, this would be a major step in that direction to ensuring the integrity of the accuracy of the networks across California under the regulated space, and that spills into the self-insured space.
Great, thank you for that follow-up, and of course I should have said in the premise, the treasurer supports and agrees, by the way, with Mr. Brown, with your assessment that this bill, in fact, would be a great start in that direction. One last quick question, I was not clear. So in your write-up and your verbal presentation, you mentioned that CalPERS suggested an amendment to the author. Is that amendment being accepted?
We'll be suggesting that amendment, I think, after this meeting, based on what the board directs us to do.
Got it. That makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam President. I'm done.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because my experience with the list of health care providers, so my question is, does this include behavioral health? Because those are the lists that seem to be the least current.
It would include all of the different providers that are in the health plans. Yes.
Okay.
And you're correct. Those are probably the ones that are most difficult to keep up to date.
Yeah. I get lists that are, crazy. All right, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think some of my questions were already covered. But just remind us how, if this passes in this form or with the amendments we're hoping and it goes to implementation, the responsibilities for compliance and how do we see ourselves kind of interfacing there in a way that would be helpful to us and to those responsible for compliance?
Well, the compliance would be obviously DMHC for the health plans and Department of Insurance for the PPO plans or the plans that fall under their jurisdiction. I mean, obviously, we will be helpful in as far as our health plans and interacting with them to make sure that they're meeting the requirements of this. But yeah, that's something that we can look at as far as how we can be helpful with the organizations that are responsible for enforcing the provisions of the bill.
Right. I guess I'm thinking in terms of their responsibilities. Would we have a liaison to them, or how are we anticipating communicating with the regulatory agents? I know we'll continue to work with our providers, but with hopefully someone with a little bigger stick out there helping it along.
Yeah, we interface with DMHC very regularly. They have terrific leadership. They're great communicators. They often solicit our input on this. One of the reasons why we're suggesting the amendment it's clear they've been trying to tackle this problem for a long time now. It is very hard to do unilaterally just with health plans. So our suggested amendment is that the author consider bringing providers in and having them have skin in the game and obligations as well, which is more likely to get the result. We certainly can share our experiences with them. We would look at how they're doing this and bring it into the way in which we enforce our contracts to make sure consistency and that we're not trying to solve the same problem two different ways and so forth.
Great. Sounds like a great enhancement to the partnership. Thank you.
And I would just add that it's likely that DMHC will have to adopt regulations for this, so we can obviously provide comments and interact with them when they're going through the reg process.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Palkey.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Danny, for the presentation on this bill.
Yeah, you're both
I
on,
spoke
sorry.
earlier this week about utilizing our voice at a much higher platform, much bigger platform when it comes to health benefits. And I truly, honestly believe that by supporting this bill, this will help us and not only help us sort of with the health industry, but help our members, because our members are constantly inundated with misinformation, whether it's through social media or other media sources, but they're also inundated with misinformation through these ghost networks that are out there. And whatever we can do to sort of minimize that misinformation, that empowers our members, and it only makes our systems better. So I'd encourage all of our board to support this bill, and that with the suggested amendments, that this is a shared responsibility. So,
Thank you. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Brown, for your information. You mentioned earlier to Mr. Rufino, that only applies to HMOs, right? Is this bill a good framework for it applying to the self-funded PPO plans later on? Does it have a good framework around that? If anybody can elaborate on that.
I mean, it's a requirement, so the framework is not laid out with a level of specificity. Our perspective is that the ideal framework would involve both health plans and health providers, so hence the amendment. But I think that would be a friendly suggestion were there any conversation about this going on at the national level. This is a challenging topic, challenging problem to solve for a single state, particularly a state the size of California. Ideally, it would be addressed nationally. We're not aware of serious conversations nationally right now.
But if we do pass this, and again I support this. I think this is a great bill and so forth. As the second largest purchaser of health benefits after the United States government, I think we would it would show leadership in terms of trying to show that for the other states, and that's what I wanted to elaborate. Is that a fair statement, sir?
Absolutely.
So yeah, and I feel that would be something that would be very good for the whole state and for the nation as well. So in moving forward, and I also support this bill. I think it would be good. It would provide a lot of clarity, a lot of transparency, and so forth. And it's an excellent first step in terms of that. So thank you so much.
All right. Seeing no other comments from the board, what is the pleasure of the board?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to support the position, take a position of support on Assembly Bill 280 with the staff recommendations on the amendment.
All right. All right. The motion has been moved by Mr. Palkey. It's been seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Please, let's do a roll call vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Malia Cohen. Aye. Frank Ruffino. Aye. Michael DeToy. Aye. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Aye. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Aye. Melissa Willette.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Willis.
Aye. All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I We were moving on to agenda item 9A, state and federal legislative update. Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Yes, good morning again. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. This is state and federal legislative update. On the state side, bills are now in the second house with a deadline to pass out of the policy committees by July 18th. After that deadline, they will go on a 4-week summer recess before they reconvene in mid-August to finish up the legislative session on September 12th. I would like to update you on a few bills, starting with SB 853, the Retirement Committee Omnibus Bill, which contains several CalPERS provisions. This bill did pass out of the Senate in May and is set to be heard by the Assembly PERS Committee next week on the 25th. Next is Assembly Bill 1383, which is the bill that proposes to make several changes to PEPRA. This bill did pass out of the first policy committee. However, while on the appropriations suspense file, the author made it a 2-year bill, which means that the Appropriations Committee will take it up again in January. We'll have to wait to see if the author makes any changes to the cost of that bill. Moving to Assembly Bill 1439, which prohibits a board of a public pension or retirement system from making additional or new investments in or providing financing for California development projects, unless the projects include labor standard protections. As I mentioned at our last board meeting, this bill is sponsored by the Building and Trades in response to the board's responsible contracting policy that was passed in March. However, the bill was pulled prior to its first policy committee and is now a 2-year bill. We believe this decision was a result of waiting on the outcome of the market study that the investment committee approved on Monday. We will now wait and see if the bill will be acted on in January, or they'll continue to delay it to wait for the outcome of the market study report. And then finally, the board supported Assembly Joint Resolution 3 regarding opposition to cuts to and the privatization of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. This resolution passed out of the Assembly in May and then out of Senate Human Services Committee earlier this week, and now will be going to the Senate floor. With that, I'll shift to the federal update, where I will be joined by Dan Crowley and Karishma Page. But before turning it over to them, I do have a couple of updates. First, in May, we submitted a couple of letters. The first letter was submitted to the California Congressional Delegation urging them to protect access to affordable health insurance coverage in California. The letter addressed proposed budget reconciliation provisions designed to reduce funding for Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act marketplace. We stated that Medicaid funding cuts to states would increase the number of uninsured by millions, with cascading negative effects on the entire healthcare system. The second letter was submitted to the U.S. Department of Justice in response to their solicitation of public comments to identify anti-competitive laws and regulations in the health marketplace. In this letter, we provided examples of how vertical and horizontal consolidation can have significant adverse impacts to member access and quality of care, and we offered recommendations to promote competition in this space. And then finally, on the implementation of the Social Security Fairness Act, which is the law that repealed GOP and WEP, or GPO, I should say, and WEP. According to the Social Security Administration, they have processed 91% of the cases. They are now prioritizing the remaining 200,000 complex cases that could not be done automatically, and they expect to finish those in early November. With that, I will turn it over to Karishma, who will continue with the federal update.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you, Danny. I would like to start with the focus here in Washington, D.C. right now, which is really around what is being called the Reconciliation Bill. This is a bill that includes a number of items that have an impact on the budget, both tax and healthcare, and it's really taking up much of the energy in Washington, D.C. This has been a key priority of the president and was while he was on the campaign trail, and it really addresses the issues related to expiring provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which are set in the absence of legislation to expire. Many of them are set to expire at the end of 2025. The House and Senate Republican leadership, along with the tax writing committees and a number of other committees of jurisdiction have been working behind the scenes for many months on what this bill could look like. And it really got underway last month. Last month, the House passed on May 22nd its version of the bill. It was relatively expedited. Text came out very quickly. It was then run through the committees of jurisdiction, taken up by the Budget Committee, the Rules Committee, and then passed out of the House with some tweaks along the way, which means that the bill is now over on the Senate side. Earlier this week, the Senate Finance Committee released its text, and the goal at this point is really to work through the math. And work through the math in two different ways. Number one is to ensure that there are a sufficient number of Senate votes on the Republican side to pass the bill, and that would allow the bill to go back to the House or conference with the House with sufficient support on the House. And the margins are very slim in both chambers. This is a controversial bill, and there are a variety of interests that are had within the Republican caucus, both on the House and Senate side, some of which are at real headwinds with one another. So this is a challenging task. In terms of, so that's one element of the math. The second element of the math is that there is a requirement that this is consistent with the requirements of a reconciliation bill. And that really means that it needs to have a budgetary impact. That budgetary impact needs to be captured in the 10-year period. And it really needs to be about the budget rather than policy issues. And so that all gets litigated before the parliamentarian. So the House and Senate bill are largely have a very similar footprint, but there are some very significant differences between the two. First, the Senate Finance Committee moves to make a number of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, some of which were only extended on the House side. But there are a number of issues where the Senate departed from the House, and candidly, there's a lot of debate within members about whether this is the right approach. So this includes issues related to the Inflation Reduction Act, and specifically the winding down of various energy and energy tax provisions, issues around Medicaid and Medicare, and differences between the House and Senate on the issue of SALT, whereas a number of members on the House side have a much more significant interest in the increase in the SALT cap versus the House or versus the Senate. The goal on the Senate side is to move directly to floor consideration. We are not expecting to see committee markup. There has been a desire to have the bill on the president's desk by July 4th. I think given some of the feedback that is being received on the Senate side, that probably is ambitious. More likely we'll see an August recess type time frame. And I think one thing to look for is really the president stepping into negotiations. So given some of the geopolitical issues right now, there has been a lot of distraction from domestic policy issues. A couple high-level issues that I really want to raise in terms of the reconciliation bill. There were really no significant changes to retirement tax preferences. There is a permanence on paid family and medical leave, the tax credit, permanence of employer-provided child care credit, and enhancement of the adoption credit. In terms of some additional items of interest, there's a new savings account called a MAGA or a Trump account. There have been provisions included to decrease taxes on overtime and tips, and also a special deduction for seniors on Social Security. And then I will also mention that there has been no change in the tax treatment of carried interest, municipal bond interest, and China and outbound investments. There have been a number of issues also on the healthcare side, a number of issues related to ACA, premium tax credits, Medicare, and Medicaid. I will say, I think one of the themes of those changes are really dealing with eligibility around immigration status. And that really sort of is a thread that goes throughout. Finally, there's been a number of debates around issues on tax-exempt status. This is another area which has been of interest from an oversight perspective and has popped up in the context of the reconciliation bill as well. So not necessarily on point, but that's just some of the issues that are maybe adjacent to issues we may care about. Again, the thinking here is that this bill is going to move quickly in the next couple months, and then there's a very active question about what comes next, because it really has taken up a lot of the energy in Washington, D.C. And so with that, I will be happy to take questions here in a few minutes, but first I'm going to turn it over to Dan Crowley, who's going to talk about the state of play on financial services issues.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Karishma. Madam President, members of the board, my name is Dan Crowley, and I'm happy to give you a thumbnail sketch what's going on financial services policy issues. In addition to the issues Karishma mentioned, that some of them are familiar, some of them are new, but a lot of it really goes back to the issues we've watched since the beginning of the year, in particular the Trump administration effort to undo the Biden legacy items, particularly related to climate and equity. But going through them, obviously, China investments remains a major concern. There's focus on both outbound investments and inbound investments. There are no number of legislative proposals floating around, some of them bipartisan. There is bipartisan agreement on the need to deal with China. However, we don't expect legislation to be enacted soon. The best prospect is probably toward the end of the year in connection with the National Defense Authorization Act. But we're monitoring all of those developments and, of course, keeping Danny and his team up to date on a weekly basis and sometimes daily. There's so much happening here. But in the area of ESG, I think it's fascinating. We've been monitoring all of the excuse me, Doge activity, which is now concluded. Elon Musk has left the White House, and the Doge activities have essentially concluded, although there's continued discussion in Congress about implementing some of those suggested cuts. With respect to the executive orders, we've been monitoring those, providing regular updates to your team, but we're also monitoring the litigation associated with the executive orders. And excuse me, any number of the executive orders are now tied up in litigation, and it remains to be seen how those play out. Although I think it's safe to say that at the end of this process, the U.S. Supreme Court will have been called upon to redefine the parameters of presidential authority. But there's only been one executive order focusing on ESG. A number of executive orders focused on DEI, and again, we've discussed in the past that equity is really the fulcrum there, not the D and the I. But on ESG, there's only been one executive order, and in particular, it was targeted at blue states that are perceived by the administration to be discriminating against oil and gas companies, and it provides directive to the Attorney General to go after the bad actors, if you will, which is really remarkable when you consider that in the last Congress, the Republicans spent 2 years focused on an ESG task force, trying to find the smoking gun of evidence of actual discrimination against oil and gas companies. And as you know, and as we've discussed before, after 2 years of a deep dive into ESG, the committee report makes a series of recommendations that all in one way or another boil down to proxy voting. First was reform Rule 14A8 at the SEC, which is the proxy voting rule. Second was to regulate the proxy advisory industry. And third was to make sure that whoever is voting the shares actually is representing the beneficial owners in that process. So that has now come around to a full-throated focus by not just Republicans on the Hill, but now the administration and the SEC on proxy advisors. And in particular, the fact that there are two dominant players and a desire for more competition in that space and so forth. But it's interesting to me to note that the war over proxy advisors is very much a proxy war, forgive the pun, on the appropriate relationship between shareholders and corporate management. I think it really comes down to that. But we're going to see And by the way, there are a number of other stakeholders who are actively advocating for regulation of proxy advisors, starting with the exchanges led by NASDAQ, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and others. I heard a speech given by the president of NASDAQ last week where he said it costs $4 to $5 million to be a publicly traded company. When you add in all the compliance costs, the auditing attestation requirements, and the like, it is very expensive, which he blames the lack of more IPOs in part on proxy advisors. The corollary to all of this is a focus on private markets, and if we're not going to have more of those privately held companies going public so retail investors can invest in them, we then need to explore opportunities for retail investors to participate in the private markets. And so there's now discussion about allowing 401k plans, for example, to invest a portion of their funds in private markets as a way to give retail investors access. So that whole set of issues continues to play out. House Financial Services Committee Chairman French Hill is very focused on trying to stimulate more initial public offerings, lowering barriers, creating incentives, and that sort of thing. New SEC Chairman Paul Adkins is very focused on that agenda as well. And for better or worse, the focus is and will remain on proxy advisors through what we expect to be legislation and certainly rulemaking. The House Financial Services Committee Chairman French Hill has said that Brian Stile, Chairman of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, is leading the charge on proxy advisors. There are a number of other things going on that are of interest. I'm just going to hit the highlights in the interest of time, but I'd be happy to take questions. One of the primary legislative activities right now is on the regulation of digital assets, and in particular stablecoin. The House passed its version of stablecoin legislation, the Genius Act, yesterday. We expect that the House will take that up. There might be some changes to it, but ultimately it will likely be enacted this year. Most recently, there's been discussion about GSE reform. I just left a meeting of the Women in Housing and Finance joint meeting with the Exchequer Club, at which HUD Secretary Scott Turner was the featured speaker. And he pointed out that the median price home in America is now $417,000, which is a 21% increase in 3 years. And so a lot of focus on affordable housing or the lack thereof and what can be done about that. Let's see here. Excuse me. We expect that the DOL will once again revisit the ESG guidance. That you'll remember that President Obama opened the door for pension plan fiduciaries and others to consider ESG factors. Trump 1.0 tried to shut the door on that by requiring a focus on pecuniary considerations. The Biden team liberalized those requirements once again, and now that's going to be revisited yet again. Excuse me. If they end up where they ended up at the end of Trump 1.0 with a focus on pecuniary return, I think that's actually helpful to us because it reinforces the idea that sustainability factors can impact valuation over time. So that is, very high level summary of some of the things that are going on here. Let me just mention one other thing in the reconciliation package that we're watching very closely. As you know, CalPERS was a very strong advocate for regulation of the auditing industry in the wake of Enron and WorldCom, in which shoddy accounting practices caused quite a bit of investor loss. CalPERS actively lobbied for what became the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which created the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board and established the accounting support fee that funds FASB as well. PCAOB is now on the chopping block. Its funding has been zeroed out in the House version of the reconciliation bill. And the idea is to shift those functions over to the SEC. I remain highly skeptical that that can be done under reconciliation because of the Byrd rule that Karishma talked about, which is the process by which the Senate parliamentarian vets proposals to make sure that they're actually budgetary as opposed to policy changes. It's very hard for me to imagine that eviscerating Sarbanes-Oxley is a budgeting issue. And so we are monitoring that closely and we'll keep you posted. But with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
So thank you very much. There was a lot that you covered there. While you were doing that, I was trying to recover the article I had just read that talked about this is the House and the Senate, and the Senate in particular, now that they are adding to the healthcare reductions in the big whatever bill. This is the largest change in our health policy in the history of the United States all at one time. And it's not a change for the better. This change will impact our members that we cover for healthcare, because if you're taking all of this, if you're undermining and undoing the ACA and Medicaid, and possibly based on the cuts through sequestration Medicare, you force the private insurance carriers to shoulder all of that. So I know that we're not doing anything about this because we don't really have a say in it, but I think this isn't a 5-alarm fire. So I think that needs to be something that we figure out how to do. Write a letter. I don't think a letter is going to do any good. They're going to do what they want, but do something in response to that, because this is huge. The Senate bill is worse. I didn't think it could get worse. Is worse than the House bill when it comes to healthcare. There are so many things that you covered also, but you just covered one that brings up a bunch of other things. So something that isn't even budgetary, getting rid of that particular department, zeroing it out. There are a whole bunch of anti-democratic pieces to this legislation that they're trying to pass. And I guess my question to you is, will the rules chair and the rules committee be able to strip that out of this reconciliation bill because it isn't budgetary in nature? So there's a ton of different things that will it will hamper the Supreme Court. It will suppress voting. All kinds of different things. Do you see the rules? I forget what she's called. The rules chair, or he.
Parliamentarian.
Parliamentarian. Stripping any of that out, because as I understand it, they overruled that person the last time. Do we see all of this staying in the bill?
So it's a very, very good question. And, I think it's been sort of an interesting process, because the parliamentarian process really is one where it's a Senate-driven process. And in the past, there is the parliamentarian is able to serve as a neutral party. There's almost sort of a litigation type approach of taking issues before the parliamentarian, but and this sort of gets argued between, and things get stricken. Sometimes there's an overruling of the parliamentarian, but that is a very interesting and tends to be a neutral process, sticking to the rules and based in precedent. It's even though it's been a Senate-driven process thus far. One of the things that was of particular interest, I know, to a number in the civil rights community was in the House version of the bill. There was some language that that amended the ability of the IRS to determine what would be considered, for instance, a terrorist organization. This was previously known as HR 9495, and it was very controversial, and the concern was really that this designation would be more freely given when there were entities that were doing work that was inconsistent with whatever the current administration was. It was clear that that was going to be something that was inconsistent with the parliamentarians' view, and it did get stripped out on the House side. So I am, I think that's a testament to the process. But there is, in many ways, construction done of some of these provisions to make them allowable under Byrd as well. So I don't have a good sense of it right now, but we do know that process is well underway, and the parliamentarians' process to date has been one where it is really consistent with precedent, expansion of precedent, and staying neutral.
Yeah, my whole thing went black for a minute. Yeah, I don't know if I'm glad it got stripped out in the House, but a whole bunch of other things got left in for the Senate. So, but I guess my question here on the healthcare side is, Danny, what can we do? Can we ask our folks here at K&L Gate to be visiting the senators that we can?
Well, first, we are working with Impact Health on the healthcare issues. K&L helps us with the investment issues. But we are working closely with Impact on what strategy might work. And you're correct that there's probably not a lot we can do. We have to maybe focus on those members in the California delegation that are moderate Republicans when the bill comes back to the House. But I think we will, once we have a sense of where the Senate is going with the bill, we can talk with Impact as far as what's the best strategy, who else we can work with in California, other large purchasers on this topic. And I don't know if Don has anything he wants to add.
He's shaking his head, but he's coming up anyway.
No, I wasn't. I was. We've been talking with them. We sent a letter to the California delegation expressing our grave concerns about potential cuts to public programs and effects on the commercial market and on our members. We'll continue to do that where there are openings. Danny's exactly right. This is very much a moving target.
Yeah.
And yes, to your point, when you thought it couldn't get worse, it feels
did.
like it's getting worse again. But so we're going to stay engaged. We are planning on having Impact Health come and talk about some of the potential impacts on Medicare in September. It would be, I think, a good time to provide an update on some of these issues as well.
And then I guess the other question is, and maybe you shouldn't leave yet, Don, because if we hit sequestration, right, an amount that is too high of adding to the deficit, then they do automatically cut some Medicare, as I understand it. So do we know if it's moving in that direction, or have they come up with it's such a crazy thing we're talking about.
I think that's a great reason to have Impact come and talk with us about
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have Jose Luis Pacheco. Go ahead. Whoops, wait a minute. It doesn't like me. There you go.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, now I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your comments. As always, I really enjoy all that you provide information for. My first question is on AB 1439, Mr. Garcia, the labor standard protection mandate on the California development projects. You mentioned it's a 2-year bill, but you also mentioned that it's going to coincide with our market study. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more, sir?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So what I meant is that as a 2-year bill, it will need to be acted on in January of next year and get out of the Assembly by the end of January. But there's a chance that maybe, again, I haven't had a chance to talk with the sponsors since the board took action on Monday, but I'm hopeful that they may wait to see the outcome of that report, that study, before moving the bill. So maybe it won't come back until a future date, depending on the outcome of the market study.
And I know you may not know this, but when do you think the timeline is for the market study? I mean, we just approved it yesterday, but
Teams 4 months.
Good morning. The materials that you had outlined an 18 to 24 month process to go through. It'll start relatively immediately. As you saw, the draft of the document was in great shape. We'll make some amendments based on your feedback this week, and we'll be off and running very soon.
But you mentioned it's about 18 to 24 months.
That's correct.
And this bill is a two-year bill. So would that give the authors enough time to understand the process? I'm just trying to understand the timeline.
The 2-year bill just means that within the two year of a legislative session, so we're in the first year, then next year. So this bill would, if they move forward with the bill, it'll have to happen next year in 2026. If they decide to hold it, then they can reintroduce a bill in a future legislative session. So the bill needs to be acted on in January to becomes what it would become a
But I think the most important thing is the bill would need the same information from the market study to have any effect. So in all likelihood, the two are linked procedurally until there's information from what you did this week. The bill wouldn't really be able to have a material effect.
Exactly. I just wanted to understand. We're basically waiting for the information to come out to help us give us a clear understanding. And I think that seems an appropriate process since we've already asked for everything we needed to ask for in that. The second question I have is on SB 351, the private equity in health facilities. In terms of that, it's now in the, you said its location is in the Senate floor. Exactly where it is, and can you give us a little bit more understanding of that bill, sir? Mr. Brown.
Sure. Since the board item went out, that bill did pass off the floor, so now it's in the assembly side of the House. It's been referred to Business and Professions. I don't believe it's been set for a hearing yet. The bill really hasn't had any amendments to it as it went through the Senate side. Again, this bill is kind of really focused on not so much prohibiting private equities from holding health facilities, but just making sure that the doctors and the physicians are the ones making the decisions and not the private equity company. So it's really focused on making sure there's no interference on the decision making.
And is this what's the difference between this one and let's say the one we had supported but amended last year with AB 31-2029?
That bill was actually focused on putting in a process before a private equity or entity could purchase a provider, hospital, health facility. They had to go through get approval from the AG. So it was more of looking at trying to prevent consolidations that maybe weren't helpful for consumers and looking at before there was consolidation. So this really isn't having anything to do with preventing consolidations. It's just more of who's making the decisions.
And does this bill align with our fiduciary values, our fiduciary duty in terms of understanding? It's another question I have.
I mean, I think it's in the sense that I would agree that we would say that doctors should be making these decisions, but it's not something that we have a full position on, but I don't know.
Someone wants to, no, I just wanted to get the understanding of that. So, from what I've read about this bill in terms of it, and it's supported by a variety of organizations, I feel that it has merit in terms of our supporting it. So I would like to move that we support this bill. So
Can we do that?
Yep.
Support a bill just from.
It's called.
I don't even. When was it again? Can you?
SB 351.
351.
It's in the.
Can we do a position of support on SB 351, or is that not something we can do right now?
We can.
Do you feel like you have enough analysis on the bill to make a recommendation of support?
I'm not even sure that it's necessary. I think maybe we need a little more analysis.
We could put that together really quickly, get the investment team.
Huh? There's no second also, so never mind.
Okay, all right. But I
So
could take it
the
as
direction
committee
would be,
direction.
let's do some analysis, let's see if it may, even if it's gonna move, because I'm not even sure if it's moving through, the legislature.
SB 351.
SB 351, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. So I will withdraw my motion. I think analysis would be good in terms of this, and I think from what I've read and so forth from the Senate analysis report and so forth, that it has merit. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. With that, we move on to Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Madam President. Two quick comment. The first one to Mr. Mold. I heard you loud and clear, and I want to thank you for sending those letters to the congressional delegation in California. I'm going to come across maybe telling what to do, but that's not my intent. But just remember, you have two constitutional officers sitting on the dais. They're part of CalPERS, and I'm not speaking necessarily for the other, but I know that we could probably, if you think it would be helpful, we could engage them to write also a letter of support or be involved because they interact with the congressional delegation at the regular basis. So that, and second quick question for Mr. Brown. You mentioned in your presentation about AB 1383, which is the amendment to the PEPRA bill. And I believe that you guys did a briefing on actuarial cost analysis to the author. Was that a verbal briefing or was it a written?
The actuarial office provided a written analysis that we provided to the legislature and to the sponsors.
May I respectfully ask that could be shared with the board? That it's your convenience.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I thought we did get the letter. Am I wrong? I think we did.
I missed it then.
Okay.
I screw up again.
Yeah, just send it again. I'm famous for losing our emails, so. I want to go back to SB 351 and make sure that the information that we're requesting, the analysis that we're requesting, does go to the Health Benefits Committee to review and then bring to the board. Or if it's just in writing, then just release it to the entire board. And then Controller Cohen, there you go.
Good. Thank you. Just a couple things. I wanted to go back to the discussion around Senate Bill 351. How did this come to this body's attention? Somebody introduced it and is asking for our opinion?
You're not on, Danny.
So it's just in your written report. So
Right.
there's no action for.
No.
No one is asking for us to take action on this.
No.
And I guess, does this body take opinions or positions on legislation as it moves to the legislature? It has.
Yes.
And so the motion happened very fast. I'm in supportive of moving forward and supporting the motion that has now died, but I don't know where other members are. It sounds like, Marcy, that you were interested in offering more analysis into the legislation, which is prudent. I'm curious to know, what more do you think analysis would reveal that the Senate hasn't already gone through?
Yeah. So we have not looked at this bill from a CalPERS impact, both on the healthcare side as well as the investment side. So I would think that in order to take a position, you'd like to see a little more analysis on impacts across CalPERS, but that is the recommendation or the committee direction that I've taken, and we would go forward and do that.
So I think I said earlier, I think the analysis is always good. Having a thoughtful approach is, I think, prudent. But what is concerning is the timeline. So how quickly can we get this analysis circulated and thoroughly vetted and get it to us so that we are in position to make a decision? Now, maybe you can opine and share with me a little bit. What is exactly the timeline? It's out of the Senate and into the Assembly. How long will it be there?
Thank you for the question. Well, it depends on if this item is going to come back to the board. The legislative session ends on September 14th, which is prior to any board meeting other than the offsite. So it'll, if it gets out of its, the Assembly Business Profession Committee, it'll be this, by mid-July, and then it can come back for a fiscal committee hearing in late August, and then off the floor by September 14th.
We can put it on the July offsite
Okay.
agenda per committee
Jose,
direction.
hold on.
Jose,
I still
hold
got
on.
the mic, Jose. So Jose Luis is suggesting that you put it on the offsite agenda. I would like to put a little bit of a caveat to that. I want to make sure that the analysis is substantive. If it's not substantive, then there's no reason to bother
We
ourselves
will
and
have
put it on the
time.
agenda.
Yeah, no,
and to
we
do
will
all
have
of that.
time to do an analysis of the bill before the
So
July
let me-
agenda.
If I can offer a little bit of direction too in this analysis, because clearly when you look at the committees, the number of members that have voted for it, overwhelmingly, there's support. I think it's gone through 3 committees when you look through the legislative history. I am more interested in knowing how this legislation, should it pass, and it looks like it's on the pathway to pass, how it impacts us specifically. They are saying we don't want private equity in any of our healthcare facilities.
Yep.
Okay, so does that mean that we can't have private equity that are in healthcare facilities in our portfolio? What exactly are the parameters? And I didn't read the legislation thoroughly enough to answer even my own question, but just something that comes to the top of my mind. And when we were reviewing and we were discussing, I don't know, sir, what's your name again?
Danny.
Danny. I don't know if you know the answer to that. I mean, it looks like they're being proactive in their thoughts, saying, hey, we don't want private equity in future healthcare facilities.
So let me ask Danny a quick question. So does this bill have the fiduciary caveat language?
I don't believe it does. I haven't read the language in a while. I don't believe it does. I think this was a portion of the bill that we supported last year that dealt more with consolidations, and this was just a piece of it. And so this component came forward this year.
So I think we need to be very thoughtful about this because this could impact our portfolio, right?
Correct.
And it could be an unintended consequence. I don't know. It sounds like the legislature, the senators, haven't really reached out and asked for our opinion.
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we are the experts in this field when it comes to just private equity and investments, healthcare. So. And I'm also making an assumption here that CalPERS hasn't said anything on this either, because they'd be somewhat impacted as well. Yeah. All right, so we need to be cautious and judicious as we move forward, and just watch how it. Danny, I agree with you. Based on my quick read of it, it doesn't look like it would impact our holdings, but I want to make sure that we are doing a deep dive to make sure that. That we're not making a mistake or doing any kind of oversight. So I don't really know how you'll do your due diligence, but if you need help, I'll help you. All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I turn it back over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm gonna, one last time, Mr. Pacheco, but I think you've been addressed, but go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I'd like to just say thank you for the awesome dialogue we had. I feel this is a really important bill that we should look into, and I'm looking forward to the analysis in our offsite in July so that we can have a thorough discussion. But I feel like from what I've read about the material, and it is a piece of the carve out of the old AB 3129 from last year. It has a lot of merit. And it is supported by a variety of stakeholders that we align with in terms of our values and tradition. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Danny, anything else? That was, the federal one was always, as always lately, is hard to swallow. With that, I'm going to move on to summary of board direction.
Okay, so the first one is to the one that we just discussed, send the board analysis on CalPERS impacts to SB 351 with the assumption that it does pass, Ms. Cohen. Send that to the entire board and put it on the agenda for the July offsites for action. Teresa, yours was to continue to find ways to engage with Impact Health and the California delegation. And also, Mr. Rufino will find ways for you and the Controller's Office to assist in that
Endeavor.
in that dialogue on healthcare impacts. And then share with the board the fiscal impact to 1383, which is the bill on PEPRA changes.
Perfect. Excellent. So then we are moving on to 9C, public comments. So I'm going to start with our people in person. There is one person on the phone. So JJ Jelensik and Sarah Granda. And Sarah, you're right there. That's fine. I was going to have everybody come up, but you're right there. So.
JJ Jelensik, Director of Health Benefits, RPEA. I want to congratulate and commend the board on a successful Catalyst conference. It helps minority and emerging managers figure out how to get into our pocket and the pocket of other institutional investors. It has an investment impact that is positive. Frequently they bring a different view. In investments, you make money for figuring out what other people haven't figured out. And because they are smaller, they tend to make more concentrated bets on their best idea. And that's positive for us, so I commend you. We again object to spending another $300,000 on a conference on networking and career development. This is inconsistent with the trust funds that you manage. It does not increase investment returns. It does not lower health costs. Those are the purposes of the two trust funds for which you are fiduciaries, he said in bold in all caps. I really think you need to consider how you're using those trust funds. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jelensik. Sarah Granda, and you asked for extra time. Is a total of 5 minutes okay?
Oh.
So we'll give you 5 minutes.
I think it was the additional 5 minutes onto my regular, onto the 6 that I had, but.
We normally give 3, so you're getting 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll just try to get through it. So, and, Madam President, I would like to acknowledge that, your comments on that, Mr. Huerta, I think those are, near and dear, right, to my heart as well as a public servant, who also works, big time on social justice and vulnerable populations, of which I am one. But, good morning, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Sarah Grandad. I'm the subject here on 3B, you'll see, in Granda v. CalPERS. So I'm a CalPERS health plan beneficiary, a member with a signed binding 1998 agreement reaffirmed 2012, guaranteeing my 24-hour private duty nursing care. I'm not here today to litigate, but to ask a different life or death question. Right? Will this board permit me to live? I just want to live. So for a decade, the benefit that CalPERS itself approved, codified, and enforced through its own written contracts has been denied to me, right? And the result has been devastating. So that's 8 episodes of sepsis, multiple surgeries, prolonged hospitalizations, irreversible harm, all that was preventable. And this is not about extraordinary care, it's about basic compliance with what your own documents require. So I'm the only known CalPERS beneficiary with this type of agreement disclosed by CalPERS themselves, and I'm still there. I'm still here with no mechanism to enforce the agreement. So every channel, administrative, clinical, and legal has broken down. So there's no oversight, no continuity, no safety net. And I am forced to function as my own nurse, employer, case manager, and legal advocate while managing a catastrophic spinal cord injury and trying to appear functional on the outside. So that appearance hides, or my appearance hides a constant documented hypervigilance, exhaustion, and survival mode. And I am begging you, not demanding, but begging you, please stop asking me to do the impossible just to stay alive. It's a lot, right? And it's not a legal strategy for which I'm here. This is just my protected little speech under the Bag Leaking Open Meetings Act, which guarantees me as a public beneficiary the right to speak in this forum. I'm not seeking special treatment. I'm asking to enforce the CalPERS' unwritten promises and court-ordered obligations. So at your February 19 meeting, President Taylor, you acknowledged my remarks and said that you got the gist and invited me to put the rest in writing, which I will honor that request. I will submit a formal packet detailing the contract history, the TRO, and motion to compel, as well as public research on experts such as Suzanne Grow, Ann Biden, Jeff Rosenblatt, LaTanya Trotter, Maria Reyes, and Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, the former Surgeon General of California, all of who have documented exactly what I'm living, that spinal cord injured patients who must self-direct complex care without support from public systems are exposed to systemic life-threatening neglect. So that's my situation. This is not theoretical. It's a procedural, not a procedural hiccup. It's an active, ongoing breach of duty by a constitutionally enumerated public entity. Public agency. You guys, right? So one that is failing a single member entrusted to its care. So, I'm just one member. So is that my little time up right there? Okay. So, I can put it again in writing if you want, but you guys don't need to comment. I just need some reassurance that you guys are going to act. Not for litigation or not for appearances, but just for compliance and your obligation. So, to prevent my death, right? So I'm just begging you, don't let silence become complicity, right? You wrote the contract, you ratify it, and will you enforce it long enough for me to live it? That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
All right, Ms. Brown, moving on to Brittany Barham. No? Okay.
Hold on, she's sick. Can I take her 3 minutes?
No, I'm getting a no from staff, so thank you. Ms. Margaret Brown on the phone.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Margaret Brown with RPEA on the phone to speak to agenda item 9C. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Is she there?
Hello, can you hear me now? Hi, this is Margaret Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Margaret.
Great, thank you. Good morning, President Taylor and members of the board. I'm hoping that the last speaker who just spoke, if she has written comments, if you would be willing to share those with us over here at RPEA. We couldn't really hear all her comments, and I'd like to understand what her issues are. On another matter, I want to thank the board for their support of AB 20 regarding healthcare and provider directories. As many of us know, this bill is badly needed. As anyone trying to search existing directories to find doctors and specialists have extreme trouble doing so. The primary reason for my call is to request that CalPERS continue to provide Experian credit monitoring and identity protection for retirees that continue to be impacted by the May 2023 data breach by PBI. Many of us spoke yesterday at the RAC committee, and I'm just here to reiterate that request. Providing CalPERS retirees with credit monitoring for only 2 years fails to match the magnitude of the threat. Identity theft is not a 2-year risk, it is a lifetime risk. And retirees, many of whom are living on fixed incomes, are especially vulnerable. Many cannot afford the financial cost of extending Experian on their own limited fixed incomes. And why should retirees pay? Our information was exposed through no fault of our own, and we deserve lasting protection. By continuing the Experian credit monitoring services, CalPERS shows that it is willing to take real responsibility for protecting its members. This is about more than security, it's about trust. Here are just a few of our PEA members that have contacted me personally. Melissa Key, Wesley Drazil, Betty Atwell, Shirley Dolan, Guadalupe Quintana, Pam Black, Lyle and Marley Becker, Ken Brooks, Linda Forrester, Sharon Lynn, Bobby Newborn, Jim Peckin, Mike Davis, Charles Engel, Tom Roberts, Janet Yamamoto, Jim Colin, Sharon O'Brien, Jerry Causey, Jim Hill, Tim Simpkins, Dee Noria, Eve Bird, Sonia Southwell. I could keep going. I can't tell how much time. Looks like I have 28 seconds. Florence Morton, Albert Lucchese, Virginia Samoya, Josephine Alva, Carney Harris, Ed Gurka, Daniel Javier, Ray Gordon. Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room or on the phone? Nope. All right. With that, I'm going to adjourn now into closed session for items 1 through 3 from the closed session agenda. This will include the following litigation matters: CalPERS versus United Health Group, Incorporated, U.S. District Court, District of Minnesota, and Granda v. CalPERS, Eastern District of California, case number 221CV01256. And we will also receive the General Counsel's update on pending litigation. After the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. However, can I ask Matt, do we go to lunch first, or can you get this done? Huh? We're good. I mean, I think we should take a quick break, but yeah, if you want to plow through, or do you want to go to lunch? It's up to you. Okay. How about we take 15 minutes, all right, and then we'll come back. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to open session. And this adjourns this month's Board of Administration meeting. The Board of Administration offsite is scheduled for July 14th through 16th, 2025 in Monterey, California, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much.